लैपटॉप में लिख लो ना, लैपटॉप में नोट पैड निकालो।
पेन साहब पेन दो। Good morning, all. This is last day, and this is morning show. So people are still. I hope friends are coming, and some of our colleagues they have already left. Let's discuss about the NRI's national and regional initiatives. Where we talk about national and regional issues of internet governance, youth IGF as well. There are around 100 IGF around the world. More than 10 regional IGF are there, and it's our honor that Mr. Marcus Kumar is also here. Can I request Mr. Marcus to join the table? So, we'll be talking about the issues of national and regional IGF and the sustainability of national and regional IGF and the future of global IGF itself. If we have a robust practice on national and regional level, then definitely this is my assumption that it will contribute for the future of regional IGF, global IGF. As we know that this IGF was the one of output of WSIS process in Tunis, and agenda number 72 established annual global IGF. Mr. Marcus Kumar is one of the leading contributor in this whole process, and if I quote him, I read his one of article in GIS report in 2017. He had mentioned that Caribbean IGF was one of early IGF who started IG discussion in the regional level. So we'll talk from different perspective. We have colleagues from Caribbean IGF, Mr. Tracy, who has been engaged since very long. This IGF itself is his consecutive 11th IGF, if I'm not wrong. So he has good experience from regional, national, and global IGF as well. So we'll discuss from that regional perspective as well. We have Djere Milicevic. She is from private sector. She represents Western Europe and others group, and she also belongs to UK IGF. UK IGF is one of oldest national IGF in Europe. And we have Amrita Chaudhary. Amrita is from Nepal. sorry, from India. I'm from Nepal. I apologize. Amrita is a very good friend of mine, so that's why I consider her as. Anyway, sorry. She has been engaged in various IG activities in India. She is one of very contributor to Indian School on Internet Governance, and Indian School on Internet Governance also has started youth IGF in India. But so far, India is yet to have its own national IGF. We'll talk from that perspective as well. And she is also active contributor for Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum, and she is also a member of MSc member of Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum. We are missing Ali Almasel. Ali was one of contributing actor of Arab world, Arab IGF, but because of his flight today itself, this morning, we are missing him, and definitely we'll discuss from that perspective as well. We have Tatiana Tropina from Western European and others group. She was based in Berlin itself. Now, recently she has moved to Netherlands, and she has been contributing on Eurodig and German IGF as well. She will be sharing her perspective in the discussion. We have Asim Rai. He is elected mayor of one municipality in Nepal, and he is also very active in developing some ICT-friendly environment in his municipality. He has certain commitment for his own people, and he is contributing at Nepal IGF and Asia Pacific Regional IGF as well. He will share some of his thought on this. And we have very important stakeholder, Youth IGF from Ghana. Ms. Lily is here, and she will be sharing Ghanaian IGF, Youth IGF from African group. We have Yuen Chang Choi from South Korean Internet Governance Forum.
No, he's not.
I have not seen him, but probably he'll join very soon. We have Dustin Phillip from US IGF. So we have very good representative in the table. I'll not consider this as traditional panel rather than participative to the discussion. We have Mary Udumma also here, and we'll discuss on the position of national and regional IGFs and the contribution that can make in global IGF, future of global IGF. I'll start with Tracy, as Caribbean IGF is one of very old IGF at regional and local level. Even it was during the wishes process, it was started its preparation. So Tracy, can you share some of your experience of Caribbean IGF and how it was possible at that time to start regional, sub-regional IGF? Thank you.
Thank you, Babu, and thanks for inviting me. So I'm Tracy Hackshaw, representing the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, but we've been participating as a country within the Caribbean IGF for several years. As you hinted there, the Caribbean IGF, as a matter of fact, is the first official Internet Governance Forum that started in 2005. As a matter of fact, I was reading from my notes here, the wishes process, which began in 2003, failed to come to consensus on a number of matters. So in preparation for a second round in 2005, within the Caribbean, the governments of the region asked a group called the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, who is a treaty-based body of the CARICOM group, which is in the Caribbean, to gather several stakeholders, governments, academia, civil society, etc., to prepare for Tunis 2005. And in doing that, they held the first IGF in September 5th and 6th, 2005 in Georgetown, Guyana, with support from the CARICOM Secretariat and the United Nations Development Programme. In that meeting, we had 42 participants from 30 organizations, Caribbean governments. We had ICT policy professionals, ISPs, regulators, telecom service providers, consumer groups, legal practitioners, and NGOs. There were 9 countries represented: Anguilla, Aruba, Barbados, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago. And the objectives of the first IGF were to apprise policymakers, industry regulators, practitioners, and other stakeholders of key issues relating to internet governance, which was new at the time, a relatively new topic, to agree on an appropriate range of focus, scope of works, and resource priorities for the Caribbean stakeholders in the areas of internet governance, to commence identification and formulation of Caribbean positions on relevant internet governance issues as might be deemed appropriate for pursuing at the regional and international levels, and importantly, to develop expertise in internet governance in the region in order to ensure efficient and effective local administration and influence international internet governance developments and activities to take due account of regional interests. The key principles that guided the first meeting: adoption of a regionally coordinated approach to internet governance issues, promotion of universal access, discussing soft-touch regulatory approaches and a pro-competitive regulatory framework, equal access, non-discrimination, parity, unbundling, etc., respect for the needs and rights of all stakeholders, and protection of cultural diversity. And there's quite a lot more that we could go into here. So from 2005, there's been a Caribbean IGF every year. So we're going to be, I think it's 15th, but this was the 15th anniversary this year, held in Trinidad and Tobago, and there'll be another one in 2020. One of the things that the Caribbean IGF has in fact done is eventually spawn national IGF. So Trinidad and Tobago was the first English-speaking Caribbean country to have one in 2017, and we've seen Barbados have one in 2018, St. Vincent and Grenadines also having one, and we believe others are about to join, and we also know that our colleagues in the French-speaking Caribbean, Haiti, have had an IGF for a few years, and I believe the Dominican Republic has also had an IGF, and we expect Belize and others to follow. So,
Tracy, I have one following question on this. Caribbean Telecommunications Union was one of the driving agency who contributed setting up Caribbean IGF. In international level, International Telecommunication Union and the intergovernance model are totally different. How relation you have been maintaining with this? I mean, in ITU, there are lots of discussion that internet governance should be under the ITU process and this, but later on, stakeholder came with the conclusion that internet governance model should be a multi-stakeholder model. So still there are similar kind of relationship, or it has grown up differently?
So as I indicated first, the governments of the region had catalyzed the process in 2005. So there was a government-centric drive to have the 2005 Tunis Agenda meeting prepared for. However, there was a mandate from 2003 with this process into the Caribbean to have a multi-stakeholder approach. So while the governments did catalyze it through the CTU, since 2005 and going forward, the CTU, although a government-driven agency, has always sought to foster a multi-stakeholder approach to the Caribbean IGF. So there's never been a view that the governments hold the seat in the IGF. As a matter of fact, the way the Caribbean IGF works, because of the Caribbean, it's many islands scattered across water. We do electronic collaboration, electronic preparation for the meeting, and it goes out to a series of stakeholders throughout the region. The CTU provides pretty much a secretariat role as opposed to any dominant or guiding role. And I don't believe that there's any, I'm not sticking my head out and say that there's any direct relationship between the CTU and the ITU in this regard. But the CTU definitely in the Caribbean plays the role of facilitating a multi-stakeholder approach.
Thank you, Tracy. I would like to request Mr. Mark Skirmer to talk about, you are already early contributor on IGF process, and you have lots of experience on this. Did we thought about national and regional IGF during setting up global IGF process?
Yes, I don't really know where to start, but I mean, it is one of the big success stories of the IGF, that the model of the IGF to have a bottom-up multi-stakeholder policy discussion on internet governance issues, that this has spread to over, I think, 120 countries in all regions. It is in many ways a paradigm shift for many countries where governments used to be the only decision makers, and this is a totally different model of participatory democracy where governments actually talk to other stakeholders, to learn from them, to take into account their concerns, also their advice. It's a recognition, and that was the big breakthrough in WSIS, that government said, yes, we do need the other stakeholders. The technology is important and the technology is new, and we are not the experts as governments. We need to listen what the technologists say. We need to listen what the business says. And we also need to listen what civil society has to say. They may have concerns, and they are advocates for human rights, for privacy. The technologists can say what works and what doesn't work. Sometimes governments say, well, can we not just do this? And then technologists say, sorry, the technology doesn't allow to do that. I remember Wicked in 2012 in Dubai. Some governments said, I want to know the traffic that goes through my country, which is a legitimate concern. Governments usually want to know what happens in their country. But then we had to tell them the internet is not built that way. We don't actually know where the traffic goes. It's a different technology. It's not like the telephone that goes from end to end. It's a distributed technology. And when you send off an email, it may go this way or it may go that way. It may go through your country, but it may not. But there's no way of establishing exactly what happens. So that is an important discussion to have. Governments need to be aware what can be done and what cannot be done. But then also the business is here to tell what is economically viable. Yes, it would be nice to have this or have that, but how does it work? But of course, governments are an important actor in this arena, and also civil society. They can also sometimes say what is maybe technically feasible is not desirable. Face recognition is one of these issues. I think there's a big debate now in France. France wants to roll out a face recognition program, but there are huge concerns there about protection of privacy. So to cut a long story short, there is a real need for having this multi-stakeholder discussion. And the session we had yesterday actually was very interesting also. And there was an example from Kenya where the non-governmental stakeholders managed to influence a policy-making process, where parliamentarians listened to them and stopped from passing a law. That really shows the impact you can have at the national level, where much of internet governance happens at the national level. And let me conclude what I like to say. Good internet governance begins at home. The global discussions are important, but at the national level, there you can make a real difference. And no government is free from making mistakes. I mean, I'm also a member of the Switzerland ISOC chapter, and we collected signatures. In Switzerland, we have a system of direct democracy where you can vote. Parliament had passed a law about online gambling, that foreign casinos would not be allowed to make business in Switzerland. And the reason was very simple. It was a protectionist move. And then Parliament passed a law to block them. And we said, that doesn't work, and that's a misguided move. But we lost the battle, and the vote was, yes, we now have internet blocking for foreign casinos in Switzerland. That is essentially was a coalition of people who are paid by the Swiss casinos. They give a lot of money to charities, to sports associations, and they all said, no, we want that money, and so they were in favor of blocking foreign competitors, which is not what we would have advised the government or the parliamentarians to do. And there were enough people who were against it to collect signature, but in the vote, in the end, we lost. And just to show it can happen in any country that something happens that is against the interests of the internet users, and that's why it is important to have this dialogue. And let me conclude by congratulating all of you for your efforts at the national and regional level. It's important.
Thank you, Marcus. Now I'll come to Europe. Desiree, you are part of UK IGF as well. UK IGF is one of old IGF in Europe. How you think about its growth and its impact in the policy making or the achieving objective of internet governance set out in the international to national setup?
Thank you. Yes, I first say a few words since you asked me from wearing my European hat in addition to participating as a member of a steering committee in the UK IGF. I also visit quite a lot of and attend Eurodig and Southeastern Europe dialogue on internet governance and many national ones like in Slovenia, Bosnia, and so on. So it must be said that all of them are organized in a different manner, all of the 114 NRIs that we have, including youth IGFs and regional, and they obviously must have a different impact in each of their region, respectively. The growth is something that I've personally witnessed, seeing IGF CDIG inspiring some of them to pop up national IGFs in the Balkan states, especially in Macedonia. But in the UK, we had a consistent and stable IGF in terms of one sponsor that is Nominate. And although it is good to have that stability of having one sponsor, on the other hand, there's also a challenge and a risk if that sponsors one day disappears. So there is a need to diversify. And then how do you ensure that you get different sponsors? You need to make more relevant discussions for the different stakeholders to participate. I think we have all witnessed that in different IGFs, there's usually a push from one stakeholder to make things happen, but they are all inclusive, and the impact is exactly that Marcus spoke to. It's this inclusiveness that brings all stakeholders together, and it's still organized in a bottom-up manner to allow these discussions to take place, but they really need to be relevant to the community. They need to be timely. For example, the last UK nominate IGF the UK IGF took place on November, 24th of November, and we have a wonderful report that we shared and some key messages that are being brought to the main IGF. And most of the participants, the discussions were very UK orientated and based on what's going on in the UK in the digital policy realm. We discussed also the changes in the global internet architecture. So for people that do not have an opportunity to follow the main and global IGF, it's a good environment to familiarize the community in the UK about the global happenings. So it works both ways. So I would say there is really an impact takes place in these discussions, especially if the audience take participation. You've seen this new application called Slido that Eurodig and UK IGF and CDIG and many other IGFs I go to use in order to get a quick feedback from the audience. I think it's been growing very popular and it has different kind of, some people like it, some people don't. But the key thing is to get to the point to develop discussion. It's not just to have panels, it's not just to have speakers, it's not to have one main stakeholder and one main sponsor behind it, but to diversify and to get to that point that we have a discussion that is relevant, that brings in sustainability, and that people look forward to the next IGF where they can bring their issues and to have open calls for workshops.
Thank you, DJ. Now I'll go to Africa. Lily, young participant, young youth IGF representative is here. Lily, how is your experience with this global IGF and how is your experience with your national and regional IGF in Africa? Africa was one of late entrant in the IGF setup at African level, though there were some sub-regional IGFs were there. Can you share some of your experience? What were the challenges that you had in your national IGF in Ghana, briefly, and as a youth IGF representative? Can you share some of lights on this process?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Lily Edina Mboche from Ghana, and I currently coordinate the Ghana Youth IGF. I was privileged to have worked with other young people from around Africa to organize the West African Youth IGF and the African Youth IGF. And the IGF space in Africa is not so different from the one we see on the global stage. I'm going to speak from a youth perspective, especially regarding the offspring of IGF initiatives in the region and more. So the Ghana Youth IGF had a maiden edition of the IGF this year. And we tried mimicking what happens in the global one, being open, using a multi-stakeholder approach. But one thing I realized was that there was an issue of personas and pathways. That is to say, how do people get involved? Where do they start from? How do they identify their stakeholder groups? We can identify because, well, we had some background in taking models in IGF and trying to understand how the whole structure is. And so that was the issue, particularly for those who were trying to get in terms of what we're trying to organize and the idea we're trying to drive home, especially because they want to know how to play in and want to contribute to shaping the internet, but where exactly do they start? And how can they get involved? So that is a clear pathway I'm talking about. And another issue we're getting actually from the Ghana Youth IGF was that beyond the event, beyond the sitting, how do we get what the youth have agreed on or the perspective or the addition youth bring to the table? How do we get that actually implemented or as part of the whole the whole discussion of IGF in Ghana to probably lead to some policy reformation or something of the sort. Thankfully this year, we had a communique issued at the end of our Ghana Youth IGF, which was also added to the main IGF of the country, and it's going to be presented to the Ministry of Communication, especially regarding affordability of internet in Ghana and more. Now, regarding the West African Youth IGF and the African Youth IGF, what we see is that because there's openness and there's structures to follow in creating one, and everybody actually has a fair play or a fair way to start an IGF, there was an issue of multiple IGFs, some from different. Somebody has started an IGF, a youth initiative. Another one is starting the very same one. And so now we are reaching consensus and trying to see which way exactly to have a unified front. Someone said that we don't have the spring of many youth IGFs. There can be other initiatives that support, but we don't want the issue of the conflict and all. So what is happening is we get, we have people, especially for we who organize the West African IGF, we have countries reaching out and saying, how do we start one? So the issue of actually getting to know where to start still remains a problem. So we share with them the NRI toolkit. It explains a lot. And this is something anybody can start, provided you have representation from all the multi-stakeholder groups. But beyond that, what is the check? To ensure that there's impact at the end of the event and programs and what it is we say we are discussing and trying to do, and if there are any KPIs you can run by and measurable impacts at the end of the discussion. The spear is really booming, it's getting the youth attention, especially because young people are the very first generation of the very first generation of users of the internet who will not grow up just using it, but building is very core. And so we are taking some time to actually contribute to make sure that our voices are heard and we can contribute to what we envision the future of the internet to be. So sustainability-wise is beyond the event and beyond the discussions we have, how to actually have what we discuss see the light of day and come into fruition. So that's what is happening from where I come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. It's very important that we should have youth representatives in the whole process, and we have been engaged in this process, and I really appreciate your engagement. And now I'll come to Asia Pacific region, and in Asia Pacific region, it's very vast region. We have around 45 to 50 economies, and there are various time differences as well. So I'll come to Waqas from Pakistan, and Waqas, you are part of APRIGF. We have been engaged in APRIGF, but so far my knowledge in Pakistan, we still waiting for national IGF. Can you share some of issues not having national IGF so far, and what are the challenges that we have been facing? Can you share some on this?
So thank you, Babu. For those who do not know, my name is Waqas. I work for the telecom regulator of Pakistan called Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, but I also volunteer for Internet Society. Yes, it's a bit of a misfortune that we didn't have a national IGF so far. And since you asked about the challenges, I think the beauty of internet governance itself is the multi-stakeholder process, but at the same time, it is also its biggest challenge. How to get everybody on board, how to have every stakeholder representation while you have discussions on internet is a big challenge. So far, we have been trying to get this done, to have all the stakeholders available to organize this IGF, but somehow, for some reasons, we have not been able to do that so far. But I bring good news because we have now prepared a proposal, and we're probably going to have an IGF in the first quarter of next year. The venue and other things have been finalized. We're working on the program right now. One of the big paradigm shifts in which because of which we have been able to do this now is the fact that the government is very much on board with us, and the other stakeholders as well. So unless you have all the stakeholders, there is no point in having a discussion on internet issues. This is the core belief that we have been working on so far, and we're very near to achieving that objective now. So I think this is one of the updates that I have. Any other specific question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Waqas. Thank you very much, and congratulations for setting up Pakistan IGF in very near future. So I'll come to Dustin, who is engaged in, who has been engaged in US IGF. Dustin, can you share your experience? US is home of internet in some way. It was invented in USA and expanded from there. And other countries are having different issues like access and other rights perspective as well. So what type of discourse you have in US IGF, and what kind of message US IGF can give to other IGF if you have any specific and unique experience? Thank you. Dustin?
Sure, thanks. My name's Dustin Loop, and I am co-chair of the IGF USA. We cover I think a lot of the same issues that the other IGFs are covering. I think one misconception is that access is not an issue in the US. It is very much an issue in the US, both in the urban and rural context, and so we cover that almost on an annual basis. And in identifying which topics we talk about over the past few years, we've been working really hard to get more contributions, not just from the same voices and same contributors, but more people around the U.S. One challenge that we face is the size of the U.S. and the different cultures on the different coasts and different regions, and in the center of the country, in the South and the Midwest. And so what we've done to try to get more of a regionally diverse contribution is an IGF USA on the road initiative, where we go visit different places around the US, and usually we'll find an event that's already happening and tack on a side event that allows us to raise awareness for the IGF USA and just internet governance in general, because there are a lot of people talking about the issues that we care about, but not realizing that there's a direct kind of way for them to contribute to these discussions.
Dustin, a follow-up question on US IGF. How national is this? I mean, US is very big country and having very big population, and you have very different state. They have their different laws at local level, and how it is collectively representing as US IGF, and what character you are making born in that. Do you have any subnational IGF practice or something like that?
No, so the closest thing that we have to a subnational would be this IGF USA on the road series. But that's trying to get more events happening throughout the year, so it's not just a single IGF. And you know, there's discussions happening throughout the year in different places, but the main one is always held in Washington, D.C., or at least it always has been up until now. And I think that's because we've developed a center of gravity there where it makes sense to host it there. We have sponsors that want to see it there. We have a kind of core organizing group that's there, but we're really working to expand the core group of organizers, and we hope to see more. We don't want to call them subnational because we don't think it should be a hierarchical thing, but we are looking to get events happening in different areas of the US.
Thank you, Dustin. Now, I'll come to Tatiana. In Europe, there are sub-regional IGF as well. So, what is the importance of having sub-regional IGFs and relation with the regional IGF, sub-regional IGF, and national IGF? You have been also contributing since long in German IGF as well. So, how we can build harmony, or how we can make that relation good and contribute to the road to the global IGF?
Thank you very much. So, Tatiana Tropina. So just for the record, I wasn't the one who was there at EuroDig, which stands for European Dialogue on the Internet Governance from the beginning. The EuroDig was established in 2008, and I joined in 2011. And I'm currently what we call subject matter expert on cybersecurity issues. Why EuroDig? Well, first of all, if we think about Europe, we think a lot about European Union. There are policies harmonized, there are governance processes harmonized, but Europe is much broader than European Union. When you think about EuroDig and its reach and outreach, there would be Georgia, there would be Serbia, there would be other countries, which geographically Europe, but politically not European Union. And it is very important to get those countries included as well. Why haven't EuroDig? Well, there are lots of national and regional IGFs that exist themselves, but they are also sometimes inspired by EuroDig. Their dialogue is shaped by EuroDig as well. EuroDig does promote engagement in this multi-stakeholder manner. It promotes sharing expertise. It promotes bringing stakeholders at the same table. In a way, I do believe that EuroDig shapes European values on the internet governance. IGF shapes them as well, but it is so important to bring stakeholders together regionally. I do think that EuroDig in a way inspired CDIG, although CDIG for me was very, very much bottom-up initiative in Eastern Europe, but still the first CDIG took place in Sofia together with EuroDig, and they still issuing joint call for issues, although CDIG exists very much independently from EuroDig. And it's also called dialogue, right? Dialogue on internet governance. I do believe that with years, EuroDig developed a lot. So, for example, at the beginning, it was more or less like IGF model. People submitted proposals for the workshops, and then they were selected. Now, we just ask at EuroDig for the calls for, we issue the call for issues, and stakeholders and individuals and organizations are submitting just 1 or 2 lines. What is important for Europe? What do you think is important to be discussed this year? And then we have subject matter experts, a few of us, on various topics: access and literacy, cybersecurity, human rights. And we identify which issues can be merged together. And then we call for focal points who would organize people who submitted the issues in organizing team. It is very much bottom-up approach. Yes, sometimes it has its drawbacks and shortcomings because it is very much based on voluntary work and time that people are ready to invest. But it also leads to discussing very controversial and very current issues. Like, for example, in my field, I can speak for myself, there was this proposal on the EU directive on electronic evidence, which would bring a lot of controversy into digital investigations and human rights and safeguards, both for industry and internet users. Of course, we discussed such issues like over the years, like GDPR, like network neutrality, but it also very much depends on which country we go. Because, for example, in Georgia, the issues for this country would be different than, let's say, for the Netherlands, like access and literacy, like how to get stakeholders involved. So yes, I do believe that Eurodig is very much needed because we are shaping, in many ways, the European agenda on the internet governance, which then goes down like structurally to the national IGFs, but also up to the global IGF. And we are contributing to bringing together and shaping European values and then channeling them to the global IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana. It's always very important to having own IGF and own discussion. That's very important. And talking about own IGF, own discussion, how inclusiveness is important. I'll come to my home country. My colleague here, Mr. Asim Rai, is mayor of one of municipality in Nepal. His municipality is based off Mount Everest, which is very remote from the center, and not only access, there are lots of issues of internet in his own municipality. Asim, how you think that this kind of discussion can contribute to your municipality level, and how you think that inclusion could be maintained from these kind of discussions, Asim?
Thank you, Babu sir, and good morning to you all. Basically, my name is Asim Rai. I'm from the land of Mount Everest. By the way, I'm the youngest mayor in Nepal. We're talking about here how to govern the internet, how to make them secure, and etc. But in our area, basically in rural places, there is a major problem is the connectivity of internet itself. There is no access of internet. So my request is this platform is that to contribute the internet connectivity also over there around the world, where is not easy to access the internet. Basically, digital inclusion is the main theme of the time. Unless and until we make inclusive internet, we cannot grow together. The workshop is to enhance make inclusive internet. Enhance to design, development, and the execution of the local IGF. It is obvious that when a policy and technology both developed through inclusive and multi-stakeholders approach, the outcome will be inclusive and will be for all. There is growing concern of the maintaining the multi-stakeholders model of the internet governance. It is further important that the national and regional IGF should grow further and strengthen. We need to enhance the regional and local IGF, and the session was also dedicated to the sustainability for the NRIs, national and regional IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. It's very important to have, before discussing about internet governance, we should have internet at least. So it's very important to have internet. Now, I'll come to the floor. Any voice? Then I'll come to more friends. First, I'll open the floor, and then I'll come back to specific speakers. Anu from Bangladesh, would you like to share your experience? What are the challenges, especially for a country like Bangladesh to have national IGF and contribute from national IGF to regional and global IGF? Though we don't have hierarchy on the IGF, national, regional, and global, but contributing at different level is important part. Anu, for you.
Thank you, Baburam. Good morning. This is Mohammad Abdullah Konu, Secretary General of Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. I would share with our country IGF. We are this year, 16 November, we are organizing the Bangladesh IGF. First session, we are organizing Bangladesh Youth IGF. Opening session, Internet Governance, perspective on current status and future, achieving the SDGs in the digital age. Keynote paper presented by Paul Winson, Director General, APNIC. And chief guest, His Excellency Mustafa Jabbar, Minister of Post and Telecommunication Division. Second session, we are organizing emerging technology.
Can you share your experience rather than the event that you had, your perspective on the process from national to global and your limitation, your challenges from that perspective?
This is our challenges. One challenge is we are organizing the fundraising is very much challenges, and another challenge is we are finishing our consultation. Our policymakers saying we need cross-border e-commerce policy, we need e-commerce act, we need broadcast law, data security act, national plan for Internet of Things, national plan for artificial intelligence, national plan for 5G, and also digital Bangla content bank. This is our local language. This is our challenging issue, is upcoming, and impact of our Bangladesh IGF policy advocacy with ICANN for top-level domain in Bangla for 4th UN IGF Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt 2009, we are starting, and we are completing and achieving the top-level Bangla 2016. And we are organizing the School of Internet Governance. Here is another challenge, is the fundraising is very big issue. Here that we are already 3 years. We are starting 2017 is the first School of Internet Governance. Second School of Internet Governance we are organizing 2018, and this year also be organizing a School of Internet Governance.
Is this School of Internet Governance is significant to having national IGF discourse?
No, this is organized the Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum, and also we are supporting this school there. Okay. Here is the result of 115 stakeholders participate in 3 batches, approximately 50 policy expert, resource person, policy maker attended and shared the knowledge.
Thank you, Nanu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anu. Now, I would like to give the floor for Mary Uduma. Mary is very experienced campaigner of NRIs. So far I know she has been contributing in this process. In Africa, there are some more regional initiatives, and if I'm not wrong, some of sub-regional initiatives are abandoned, I mean, not continued when they started. If I'm not wrong, you can correct me on that. How important is the discourse of internet governance in Africa, in particular having grassroots level IG discourse? Mary, floor for you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Uduma. I'm from Nigeria. The good thing is that I am also the MAG chair of the Continental IGF, which is the African IGF. So in Africa, we have 5 regions. We have the East, West, North, South, and Central regions. And some of our region has started their IGF. Like West Africa, we have been consistent. In South Africa, it's not just been that regional IGF not been steady. In the north, I think they are regrouping now, and the north will hold their own. And in the Central Africa, the same thing we've been having. In the East Africa, East Africa has started again. But one good thing is this, that in Africa, we ask the regional blocks, economic blocks, to support the IGFs. So at least to have sustainability, to have the buy-in of the regional bodies in the ICT directors there, or ministers, okay? And so that has helped us to maintain the regional IGF. And when we do the discussions that are held at the regional level will be brought up and linked to the continental IGF that happens once every year. So, and as we speak, the African Union has taken it upon itself to strengthen the IGFs in Africa, be it regional, even national. So as at now, the School of Internet Governance is being strengthened, and there's a project that the African Union do support the School of Internet Governance. And we believe that when we have strong School of Internet Governance, we develop the next generation that will continue the sustainability of Internet governance in Africa. Second thing is that African Union also has launched its own youth IGF. And that youth IGF is a very strong one, and we believe that as the youth IGF becomes stronger, just like our lady from Ghana has said, so we are seeing a lot of cohesion, a lot of bringing issues that would be of benefit to the locals. Now, let me talk a little bit about our national IGF, Nigeria. Nigeria, like US, is a very large country. So what we had, the strategy we have taken is that we have subnational IGFs, that they hold their own IGF, and then at the national level we come together as the national level to hold once a year the national IGF. And we also have the youth IGF, which does its own youth program with support, and then they bring in their communique and their report to be part of the national IGF. I don't know whether I've answered your question, and if that makes
Mary,
sense.
Small follow-up question. As African IGF, African Union hosts the secretariat and supports, do they support from financially to host African IGF as well?
African Union is the Secretariat of Africa IGF, and is in their budget. They put budget line for IGF for the continental IGF. Okay. But there's a special project that they are doing now that supports the regional IGFs in terms of School of Internet Governance, and that's what they have been doing, building capacity to make sure that Africans are more effective, are participating more effectively. You can see the number of Africans that are here is because of what is taking place in the African Union.
That's interesting. But do you think that African Union is intergovernmental agency, and in IGF, in global and other IGF, the practice is rather than multi-stakeholder than intergovernmental? Do you think that there is any, how is the harmony between this?
Okay, we don't have any conflict. It's the Secretariat. But we have Africa IGF MAG, which I chair. So it's a multi-stakeholder MAG. So we advise, we shape the program, but when it comes to fundraising, when it comes to support, when it comes to presenting our outcomes to the heads of state, is African Union that would present to, and they will present to the head of states. So there's no conflict.
That's good. Thank you, Mary. Now I'll come to Japan. Our colleague Keisuke Kamimura, he represents Japan. Can you share a Japanese experience having Japanese IGF?
Okay, thank you. My name is Keisuke Kamimura, speaking on behalf of Japan IGF. Well, actually, the idea of the IGF is not necessarily well received in Japan. We had the first national IGF meeting in 2010, where we also invited Mr. Marcus Kuma. So we have a little bit of history of having the IGF now. But we used to have 2 streams of meetings annually. We used to host a national IGF meeting, annual national IGF meeting, as well as a series of smaller IGF-related meetings on specific policy issues. But for the last few years, we are trying to define ourselves as a national IGF in a way. And as a result, we only have smaller meetings in 2018 and 2019. So this may or may not be a sustainable issue of Japan IGF. The problem with Japan IGF is like this. Internet policy issues tend to be discussed in various specific fora or policy panels that may or may not be convened by the government. Many of them are also initiated by industry or the civil society. So lots of discussion is going on elsewhere other than the Japan IGF framework. So what we are trying to do is not to host the nationwide dialogue on internet governance related issues as Japan IGF, but to try to bring in what have already been discussed elsewhere to the Japan IGF arena. So we do have bottom-up dialogue and discussion on policy issues, but that does not necessarily take place in Japan IGF conferences. We don't see this is a fault or failure of the Japan IGF, but we rather see Japan IGF as a thin model of running the local initiative. So, how it is it is a current issue of us that how we can run the Japan IGF as under the thin model. So that's where we are now.
Thank you, Kesuke. Now I'll come to next to my Amrita. Amrita is from India, and government of India started. There was one discussion on Indian IGF. There was one MSG list given by government, but that did not happen. But you have been engaged in School on Indian Governance, and you have also started Youth IGF in India. So how important is the national IGF, though you are not having so far? I hope you'll have in future. What is the importance of this you are thinking, and what are the limitations that you are not having IGF, and how you think that the IG discourse can contribute to the regional and global level?
Right. Thank you, Babu. In 2008, we had a kind of multi-stakeholder group which came together, and we had a conference. We called it the India Internet Conference, which was in lines with the IGF. Unfortunately, after that, we didn't have any such discussions. We did, after that, have the government constitute a MAG. It was not so transparent as the process should be, and ultimately, nothing much happened there. But if we look at the internet governance discourse in India, it's pretty wide. People do participate. I'm not saying a lot more people can participate, but the participation is limited. However, there are discussions. But when we look at India, we are having these discussions in pockets. It might be specific telecom discussions or internet governance discussions, or it might be tech health, tech agriculture. So it's not under one roof. From the Internet Society, that's another hat which I wear I head the Delhi chapter. So 4 of the chapters in India of Internet Society, we came together and we formed the India School of Internet Governance. One of the objectives, apart from building capacity amongst people, was to try to start the discussion of why not have an India IGF. So for that, 2 years back, we supported certain youth who were also our alumni to start the Youth India IGF initiative. So the second edition of Youth India IGF, we had it just 2 weeks earlier in a city called Calcutta. We had more than 100 young people participating and engaging in the discussions. I had one of the organizers in the room. Unfortunately, he had to leave for the Youth IGF meeting, else I would have asked him to share more on it. However, we are speaking to other stakeholders and trying to see if we can start some part of, some form of the India IGF. Why it is necessary is to bring all kinds of discussions, since internet is all pervasive and it affects all our lives. How can we bring all these discussions under one room so that we discuss on sustainability, we discuss on names and numbers and other, even the rights, human rights, privacy, which is happening in silos, into one room. So this is something which we are trying to do. And also to get everyone into the same room is pretty difficult in a country like India, where we have diverse interests, cultures, regional aspects. So that's something. But Babu, here I would like to add something on the Asia-Pacific regional, what I hear about African Union and from the APAC region and Eurodig, if you would just allow me 2 minutes. Sure. So what we see is when we talk about, since I'm also part of the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF, certain differences which we see with the others when you're talking about Eurodig or the, the African IGF is, one is we do not have a defined number of countries in APAC. Different ISTAs have different countries who come under APAC. So that, again, brings an issue. And we have so diverse countries, they might not be so culturally linked. So it is a very loose network which we have. We do work on it. For example, we had the last meeting in Vladivostok. Many of the Asians could not participate there. However, the advantage was that people from that part of Russia actually came to hear about what internet governance is. So that's the positive side, but we have the flip side too, that most Asians couldn't go. The second part is the lack of government involvement. As in, I'm not saying involvement, but their participation is required. APR-IGF has quite a less of government participation, except the local host perhaps, and that's what we've been seeing for some time. Funding definitely is an issue because we have concerns of who's going to take the next APR-IGF. Babu is having a lot of issues raising funds currently because the next one is in Nepal. What I like about African IGF is the government is involved, but they are not involved directly, but they are supporting, and that support is necessary, especially in developing emerging continents. And what I like of Eurodig is the kind of, it is looked at as a place which delivers a lot of thinking material, policy material, and the governments also look back to Eurodig for reference materials and others, which is a positive part. I don't think that happens with APR-IGF. I think that is something which we need to work on. And perhaps for the sustainability of regional IGFs, that's my personal feeling, somehow if we can show that there is a value for governments, businesses, etc., as a discussion point where, certain tangible discussions happen, not only just, talking, sitting and talking, which is necessary. Perhaps they would see value in investing and also referring to reference materials generated there.
Thank you, Amrita. Obviously, API has certain challenge on fundraising as well as we are hosting in Nepal for 2020. I'd like to, I'm trying to bring the voice from various regional and national IGF representative here participating in this room. We have Leah from Bolivia. I would like to request her to share some of her experience or challenges they are facing in very briefly. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to speak in Spanish, please. Yo soy Lía Solís de Bolivia. Pertenezco al capítulo Bolivia del Internet Society y somos los que nos encargamos de la organización del IGF en nuestro país. Nosotros hemos tenido 2 IGFs. Nuestra primera experiencia ha sido muy enriquecedora porque si bien el IGF local no es vinculante, el resultado que nosotros hemos tenido con este IGF ha sido muy productivo. Entre varias cosas que se ha logrado al poder escuchar al gobierno y a las entidades privadas y a la sociedad civil, es que, por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos un punto de intercambio de tráfico que ha abierto sus puertas a generadores de contenido como ser la academia y proveedores de Internet pequeños. En nuestro segundo IGF que hemos tenido, hemos notado que en algún momento en el IGF, al encontrarse todos en un mismo sitio, existe algún tipo de la parte de gobierno que se siente como un poco confrontada por lo que es la sociedad civil y las empresas privadas. Entonces hemos tratado y estamos entre nuestros retos está de romper esas barreras de diálogo entre las partes interesadas y que uno no se sienta atacada por la otra. Entre los temas principales que nosotros tenemos a futuro está el de, por ejemplo, dada la situación actual por la que atraviesa Bolivia, uno de los temas principales que queremos tocar es el poder de las redes sociales o, por ejemplo, los fake news en el comportamiento de la sociedad. Que, como les decía, estamos atravesando por un proceso de cambio en nuestro país y hemos visto que esto ha tenido suficiente repercusión. Por otro lado, en nuestra corta experiencia en IGF, nosotros hemos sido sede de un LAC IGF que según las opiniones de otros países ha tenido bastante éxito. Entonces estamos arrancando con algo bastante sólido y fuerte gracias a las experiencias que comparten otros países.
Thank you, dear. I was expecting that there is a translation, but I don't see a translation. We'll check from the record and we'll try to incorporate your opinion in the final report of this workshop as well. Now I can see Oksana, if I'm not wrong, she is from Ukraine and she represents Central Asian sub-regional level. So Oksana, can you share some of your experience and your challenges and uniqueness briefly, because we are also having just 11 minutes left for this. I'm not limiting you only, but for next round of comment, I'll come to the panelist. Yeah, Oksana, floor for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am Oksana Prihodko from Ukraine. I am member of IGF UA steering committee and I am observer of Youth IGF UA. This year we had 10th edition of IGF UA and second edition of Youth IGF UA. 2 years ago, we decided to band Youth IGF UA and IGF UA under the umbrella of Ukrainian Internet Days. And this year, we had even Ukrainian Internet Week because of RIPE NCC Days, which were held also in Kiev in September 2019. This year we have extremely successful events. I'm talking about inclusion of global agenda into our national IGF. We discussed the UN report on digital cooperation, and we provided our comments and messages to Eurodig, and these messages were included in the Eurodig contribution to global discussion. Besides, we also discussed European Electronic Communications Code implementation in Ukraine, and I have to say that it was really multi-stakeholder event session, because we had representatives of Internet Association who represents point of view of small ISPs. We had Ukrainian parliamentarian who is working on implementation of this legislation. We had Roberto Gaetano from Eurala, ICANN, and other experts and representatives of civil society. And we have very practical results. We have working group at Ukrainian parliament. I am a member of this working group on implementation of this legislation. And at youth IGF UA, we, not we, but youth raised also extremely important issues, and they were also included in messages from youth, for example, regarding standards for websites for visually impaired persons. And just now, representative moderator of Youth IGF UA, Valeria Dubitskaya, put in contact with ISOC special group for disadvantaged people and with Google to collaborate such standards in Ukraine and maybe for
Thank you, Oksana. Is there any question or comment online? No?
Is it a remote question we have? Or you? Do you have a question? I have a question. Yes.
Sure.
Thank you, Baburam. Basically, session name is Strategy for Future NRI, but discussion going on only experience, but we do not find out any future strategy. So in this regard, my question is, what is IGF Plus? Can we get something strategic direction from the IGF Plus? So this is my one question. Another two suggestion is, I must congratulate you to organize the APR IGF in Nepal. It is very good for the Asia Pacific region. I would appreciate if you try to involve the government participation, only send to the invitation, then they may join, of course, and as well as some member of the parliament involve the process. And last one is try to involve the national level private sector associations, because they are playing a very vital role. So this is my question, because from the morning to now, you ask a lot of questions to the speakers. Now I am question to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a host, definitely will try to engage more stakeholders, and APRIGF also has a practice of sending invitation to various stakeholders. Now I would like to, we have very short time, listening all those experience, what could be the suggestion for future IGF? Yeah, please.
Sorry, I have a question. Thank you so much to the speakers for sharing your experiences. I'm Ellen Strickland from Internet New Zealand, and we're involved with the New Zealand IGF. And one question I have, almost a raise of hands, is that we're the CCTLD, the country code operator, and I'm aware that within CCNSO there's been a working group of internet governance set up, and one of the things there is that they're quite aware that many CCTLDs are involved in the national initiatives as well as regional. And I just wondered of those who presented whether your CCTLDs are involved as funders or many times, you know, they often have money, but also they're connected to the local internet community. So yeah, that's my question.
So if I talk from though we don't have an IGF, but the CCTLD in India, .in, has been involved in our initiative, even the youth initiative.
Thank you. As we have just 5 minutes left on scheduled time, I would like to collect a few strategic intervention from our speakers. Desiree, can you say very quickly, listening with all this experience, any recommendation for future strategy?
Well, as I said in my opening, every IGF it's different, and therefore it seems they have different challenges and different needs. So I actually welcome that diversity in approaching of a problem. One of the things that would make the process very stable, maybe it takes about 5 years of having an IGF until you can found an entity like it happened at the German national IGF has just set up this year, a month ago, a non-for-profit entity that will be a steering committee and a program committee. So that's something, you know, to look forward to have a stable entity that can accept sponsorship and funding from different stakeholders, you know, something to aim for. It's not easy, and I really appreciate the comments from Bangladesh with a list of all the digital policy issues that the country itself has to deal with, and so they seem to have an action plan already. So there is, you know, no silver bullet for everything, but I think it's a nice...
Thank you, Desiree. Tracy, very quick.
Yes, 2 points. I'd like to echo Desiree's comments about the structures that need to be set up. And it's important that it's a multi-stakeholder structure, so not dominated by one entity over another. That's very important, and it needs to be legal. Another thing that needs to be looked at, I think, especially in a regional IGF scenario, is this rotation amongst countries and territories and so on. One of the things that we have found in the Caribbean is that when you go to another territory or country, while you go there and that territory or country has participation, the other countries find it difficult to get to. So there must be some way to have, in the regional environment, the ability to get the other countries who are not in that country to that part of the world. I think that's important.
Thank you, Tracy. A very quick response, Lily, from your perspective, how we can give some message for global IGF? Recommendations.
Okay, so from the youth perspective, because we have many young people willing to participate and willing to start initiatives, I think there should be a way to actually check who starts what, able to measure impact, and to avoid the issue of multiple initiatives being started for the very same reason, because those at the end will be redundant and not really yield what they're supposed to do. Also, there should be structures to check exactly how people enter the space, like how to get people to enter the space, making it clearer so people know this is where I play, this is the stakeholder group I can join, or this is where I identify as a member in the IG ecosystem, and together all of us can play well.
Thank you, Lily. A very quick response from Tatiana.
I believe that regional and national IGFs can fit the global IGF under this IGF plus model, which was suggested in the report on digital cooperation. And in this way, IGF would facilitate multi-stakeholder input into multilateral system of the United Nations. And I believe that this is the greatest strength of the national and regional initiatives, to be able to contribute in this dialogue and make multi-stakeholder processes complementing multilateral process. And just as a note, European Dialogue on the Internet Governance did collect and summarize the response to digital cooperation reports from European stakeholders, and it's available on the website. And basically, I'm just here channeling this general opinion that IGF Plus model and NRIs can facilitate the multi-stakeholder.
Thank you, Tatiana. We have just 30 minutes left. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining this important meeting, important discussion, rather. This is Baburam Aryal. I'm Vice Chair of MSG of Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum, and we are hosting in Nepal APR IGF 2020. I would like to request all of you, if possible, you mark your calendar. It's May 26 to 29 in Kathmandu. Welcoming you all. I hope Marcus has a good listen. This discussion has given significant inputs for the future of global IGF process. And by this, thanking all of you, I conclude this workshop. Thank you very much. I would like to request all of you to assemble for a final photograph. Thank you. If it is okay with you.
Specific about that. Yeah, I know. It's important. It's where the devil's in the details. Play an important role. Yeah, I know, and that's, I think, I mean, it was good to see this new CCNSO group, but they were sort of saying, oh, you know, nobody realizes the role. It was actually a good discussion in Montreal. Yeah, I thought so too.
If you want.
He wants me to stand next to him.
Yeah, we need to know you're there. You can sit.
No, it's okay. If I sit, I'll be nowhere.
You want me to sit?
Back down.
Oh, are we supposed to sit?
No, just
sit down. Thank you. It better be good. Marcus, hope you make it to Kathmandu. Easier than many countries.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can I invite everyone to come around the table close to a mic, because this is going to be an interactive session. It's not a formal structure. So we really want to get the input of the participants. So we're just giving a minute or so for people to come in, but please just sit on the table, close to a microphone, and let's engage on dialogue. And to our new colleagues that are coming, can we sit around the table? We want everybody sitting close to a mic. We would like to get everybody's input if possible. I see a few defectors in the corners. We also have room around here, although it's harder to escape from this side of the room. Is there anything you want to say? Just open.
Sure. What did you say already?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this closing session on the digital inclusion track. My name is Susan Chalmers, and together with Paul and a number of other MEG members, we've organized this session as a way for folks to come together and discuss any insights, share experiences that they've had over the week. Please feel free to be liberal in your comments. It looks like we kind of have a smaller group, more intimate group, so we can just share. For those of you who weren't able to attend the introductory track or session that we had on Tuesday, what we did is we went out into 5 different breakout groups on some of the sub-themes of digital inclusion. And if I recall correctly, those breakout groups were governance, local content and multilingualism, access, affordability and infrastructure, social inclusion, and somebody's going to help me with the 5th one. Oh, sorry, skills, education, and jobs. So we're not necessarily going to follow that format, but we're just going to use this time to have a discussion about the inclusion issues that folks have experienced over the week. So we could either go around the table or just ask for volunteers to begin. Sure.
Yeah, I just want to add to that as well. You know, the IGF, it's a personal journey. You know, there's so much going on. We have different interests, but we also share common interests. And those that followed some of the digital inclusion track, these are issues that are quite pertinent. And for us, you know, the feeling is, you know, we've got to tackle a lot of big problems to achieve true digital inclusion. And the sort of feedback we want is, you know, have these workshops helped us to achieve some of those goals? Has it fallen short? Are there areas that need more intervention? Do we have workshops that are saying the same thing? You know, so are we getting duplication? We also want to try and draw out some of the key messages, because this is one of the outputs of the IGF, are the messages, and these get captured into other documents, and they help to set policy on a global level. So, as Susan said, you know, this session is a reflective session. It's just to get a sense of how was your journey. You know, there's no formal right response. It's really how did you feel? Was it good? You know, most of us are on this side are members of the MAG, so we're part of the organization group for the IGF. So it's important for us because next year we're starting preparations for the next one, which is in Poland. And of course the intent is not to go backwards, but go forwards. You know, we don't want to repeat things that don't work. And we have been accused, or the IGF has been accused in the past of, you know, not being reflective of the issues and concerns of the different stakeholders. So, you know, but we are human and we do make mistakes. But tell us, you know, but it's not just about telling us about what we did right or wrong. You know, how was your experience? What did you learn? What were your key takeaways? If there's one thing you need to take back to your own constituency, your own government, what would that be? You know, is there a new message or something that you've learned or something that's been amplified through the conversations and discussions that have happened? So we're hoping to get participation from everybody here. So don't be afraid. Jump on the mic if you can, please. Thank you.
So would anybody like to start us off? I know it's not that early anymore, but.
Otherwise we have to pick a corner.
Yeah, we'll call upon one of our MAG members to help start the discussion.
Maybe we start with our colleagues on the MAG and work around.
Okay. June, would you like to start us off?
Hi, I'm June Paris. I'm on the MAG. This is my second year, and I've got one more year to go. The part that I looked at in the last session here was governance. And I think now, since I've done that, I'm a little bit confused myself with governance, even though I've studied governance. And I think that it's not entirely clear for all of us that are here. Because I got the impression that some people think internet governance is governed by the government. And I want to know if we can talk about that. I'm just starting you off, because it's not really, is it? Even countries without a government, they can have internet governance. So it's not the same thing. And since doing the last session, I myself, I'm not even clear on it anymore. So if we can talk about that to begin with, and see if you can clear my head for next year. But as I said, there's countries without a government, like, what country was it? It begins with an I. Libya, that's it, L. Libya. Libya hasn't got a government, and Libya is having internet governance, and they seem to be doing quite well at it. So you don't really need a government to have internet governance. Okay, so I just want to clear that up, and I want people to talk about it right now, if they can.
Thank you. Thank you, June. I think that's a fascinating question, and if I recall from our introductory session, you'll have to forgive me, the gentleman in the blue plaid shirt, you had organized a session about digital inclusion and governance, or inclusive stakeholder practices within ICANN, I believe it was. Would you be willing to share any key messages or insights from that session? That'd be a good place to start, I think, on the governance track.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was great to have the opportunity to have the session. Let me say that first of all. It was really great to have the IGF. Because my impression was, we touched on some pretty sensitive issues about structural inequality in multi-stakeholder governance at ICANN. And we talked directly about questions of gender inequality, age inequality, race inequality, language inequality, geographical inequalities, business strength in internet governance, and so on. But it was done, I mean, Paul, you were there. My feeling of the session was that it was very open, it was very reflective, it was very frank, it was very direct. And I thought this is such a good place, the Internet Governance Forum, as a place to bring all these different stakeholders together and to be able to have a serious discussion about serious issues without getting, you know, super passionate or unconstructive and so on. So it was very good. It was very good.
Thank you so much. And while we're on the topic of inclusive internet governance practices, would anybody else like to share any insights that they have or have encountered over the past week? If not, maybe we can move on to something along the lines of access to infrastructure and inclusion, digital inclusion of folks and access to the internet. Would anybody like to kick us off? Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Susan. My name is Mirwais. I work with Ministry of Communication and IT as a Plan and Policy Director, and that's Afghanistan. Of course, the whole week have been so much new experience for me, and I saw that there have been different sessions talking about how what policy makers and regulators should do back in the country and what they shouldn't touch and what should be prioritized. Coming back to the topic of digital inclusion, so of course we currently are struggling in terms of reaching out internet and broadband throughout the country. But the practices that yesterday at the same hall we had a session where the broadbandpolicy.org, a website is developed where government can see what is the world doing in terms of broadband policy and what should be included in while drafting those policy and what are the good experience and what have other countries do. So those sort of platform knowledge sharing and best practices could help countries that are currently struggling. So one of the question was, right, okay, so you are making sure that your internet is accessible. So then what's the next step? And how will, what needs to be done in the area of digital literacy? And what standards should be considered in digital literacy that could best suit the need? And how do you encourage people to start using those infrastructure that you are investing so much? This opens up a new window for discussion back in our country and see and adopt new approaches. And you have to have those different indicators and milestones. So once you achieve the other, you have to be ready and you have to make the environment enable for that. So those sort of discussion in terms of policy, and the most important thing is how do you make sustainable those sort of mechanisms in terms of digital inclusion and specifically talking about digitalization. So those sort of topics, knowledge sharing, idea sharing, best practices being shared. So I think this platform have personally helped me in seeing things from a different perspective, and thank you for that.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And does anybody else here work on broadband access in the room? Because I'd be interested to hear reflections on this comment. No?
I can make a comment. Please. One of the things that is shaping up in my mind, and I'm from the global south. I live in Namibia, but I engage with regulators across the continent. Is we still have a 20th century mentality when we think, we're thinking telecommunications. We have a Ministry of Information Communication Technology. We have communication policies, but the global north has moved to digital policies and not telecommunication policies and things. And I think this is a radical shift that we need to start thinking about in the global south. And it's not that we're not aware of it, we're just slow to do it. But when you look at a digital policy, you start looking at digital literacy. It's not just about connecting a community anymore. It's about providing meaningful connectivity, having a digital literate community, people that can access it, and also understanding the difference between access and accessibility, which I'm still trying to understand myself. And I get taken to tasks many times because I don't fully understand it. But we need to understand that, because access and accessibility are two completely different things. So I don't know if anyone around the floor has any comments, on how they feel we can move towards a more digitally driven policy framework or sensitivity around our governments understanding that process.
Yes. Thank you. For the record, this is Muhammad Shabbir Rawan from Pakistan, and I am the president of Internet Society Accessibility Special Interest Group. My friend was talking about the difference between access and accessibility. To my limited understanding, these are the terms which are being used interchangeably for access over the internet and access to the internet. But as a person with disability, I have concern to both. For instance, there is an access to the internet where you need to connect with a person to the internet where they don't have the access to the internet and digital technologies. At the same time, there is a situation, and there comes a situation where a person has access to digital technology, access to the internet, but still remains unable to use or to take benefit of that technology or that internet just because the technology was not developed in such a way so that everyone could use it. So the part of inclusivity was somehow ignored in that. To that, I call the accessibility on the internet, where person with disabilities have the access to the internet and remain unable to use it. And then there is also a part where people do not even have the access to the technology, much less to talk about inclusivity and its development. And in that, there are both haves and have-nots. If you allow me a bit of more time. So haves is the north and south divide. One is of course, the cost element which comes from living in the global south, where there are less resources and people try to do or to achieve certain things using shortcuts. And they mostly avoid standards. Well, I'm not saying that we should strictly follow the standards because being humans following those standards or developing those standards, there may be some lackings. But there needs to be some sort of standards which we need to follow so that they can give us, if we are not understanding the technology and the requirement, they can give us some guidelines. Second thing that I wanted to highlight was related to the inclusivity in policy. One example that I can give from my country, Pakistan, is that last year so that was the example that I gave earlier in a couple of sessions as well. But still to reiterate that in 2017 and 2018, government of Pakistan formulated its IT policy. It invited inputs from different sectors, multi-stakeholder model, Ministry of Information Technology was consulting different people, different communities, technical communities, academia. Of course, there was government involved. Of course, there were human rights organizations involved. In that, there were persons with disabilities also included. So the government has now a complete document which is approved by the government of Pakistan, and it is following, and now it's creating a strategy. So in this way, at least the government tried to include all sections of the society to get their inputs that what do they want. If you don't ask people that what do people want, and government start or people start thinking that they are all knowing and the X, Y, or Z kind of provisions can be provided and ABC provisions cannot be provided without asking and assuming, this could lead us astray. This is my sort of input. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for that. And before you put the microphone back, ma'am, I think I want to ask a few follow-up questions because there is so much in Mohammed in your intervention. Thank you for sharing the kind of the landscape of the policy landscape in Pakistan. And I'm just wondering, are there any other leaders? And are there any countries that stand out in particular who are champions that you know of, or any companies in particular that have seemed to prioritize accessibility in this regard?
To my limited understanding, so here I have to acknowledge my own limited knowledge and understanding. But I know in developed countries, for instance, there is the standards BS 7788 of United Kingdom. They follow the W3C's, WCAG guidelines, and they have made their own standards of making the websites accessible. And they have their own standards that at what level the websites and the digital technology should be accessible. Similarly, there is in the US, there is Section 508, which is related to accessible technology and its accessibility. And I know that there were inputs when these standards and policies were being developed. There were inputs which were included from the persons with disabilities and their communities. I am not sure, and I have not been able to verify from the community or able to hear from the person with disabilities, but I heard that at least on the paper, the government in Afghanistan also developed an IT policy, and there were some sections on that addressed the inclusivity and also about the issues of person with disabilities. But to what extent and to whom the government consulted while they were formulating the policy, that I need to yet more make myself more aware. So this is it.
Thank you. So there is a lot of information in there, and I believe there is, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure there is a dynamic coalition on accessibility and dealing with these issues. So if folks are interested in following this issue throughout and within the IGF community, it may be worth checking that DC out. While we're on this topic, is there anything else, would anybody else like to contribute to the sub-theme of accessibility and inclusion? No? Oh, yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amelia Kamanalangi. I'm from a Pacifica Nexus think tank. I just wanted to say that it has been a pleasure being here at the IGF for the meeting all the vast stakeholders with different disciplines and to tap into that. Just from my personal experience, because I'm an information system person, and later on, when I first started, whenever I tried to voice my opinion on the inclusivity on the social side in relation to ICT, it was always shut down by the ISPs and in that environment. So I'm just glad to be here to see that even though that we started talking about it, and then I could see the ripple effect of this, that there is actually inclusivity. Because now in the Pacific, there is women in ICT being driven, and also in women economic empowerment, acknowledging the use of technology, connecting the rural to the urban for those who have access already. So I'm just glad that we are here in this room talking about this issue, because there is a ripple effect. It's happening. So thank you for being here and talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Social inclusion is a very important topic, and it really forms part of being digitally included. Do we have Judy? Oh, June.
Judy.
Oh, Judy. Judy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Susan. Just to add on to the voice regarding accessibility and access, I think there was one of the panels that they were talking about access, and when this other panelists brought in the accessibility regarding persons with disability, then you could see that everyone got confused. Because when they were addressing access, they meant, you know, is there internet in that place? But just as Mohammed has said, accessibility is actually that there is internet, but there is a particular persons that are not able to access to it. Probably because of a software, probably because of a hardware. And so that is important to know. I know that in Kenya, sorry, my name is Judy, I come from Kenya. Yes, in Kenya, in the ICT law, we actually have a caption. Let me just say it's a caption that says we should be following the WC3 standard when it comes to the web content. And unfortunately, you will find that even the government websites are not accessible, like a screen reader cannot be able to read through it. So I'm not sure how to turn, you know, the policy into implementation. Because yes, it is there, but how is it going to be implemented? How do we go forward on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. And I think there are probably a number of different approaches that have been used for implementation, though I'll have to admit it's not my area, but if folks do have experience, it would be very interesting to hear some illustrations. And just with regard to what you had said about kind of clarifying the terminology, access to the internet, and then accessibility, I think Mohammed put it very clearly when it was access to the internet and access on the internet. So I think that might be an important distinction. And just in the way of kind of the boring organizational background, when the MEG members here, when we were discussing the different sub-themes within digital inclusion, there was some thinking about, so organizing around infrastructure. So you start there. And so I would consider some infrastructural issues like broadband accessibility, even IPv6 as an infrastructural issue. And then you have the content layer and then some other aspects of that. So that it might be helpful. We were kind of thinking of it in terms of the OSI model for organizing sub-themes. Do we have any other thoughts? Yes, Mohammed, please.
So while we are on the topic of accessibility, one of the sessions that I was on the panel the day before yesterday of new participatory method, there one of very interesting points came up. And while we are on the suggestions that what we need to do about is, the question was that do we have a research in quantitative terms about the accessibility of the internet for persons with disabilities, that how, if a website is made accessible to certain level, how much it benefits the community, and what is the outcome in the monetary terms or in the financial terms. One of the answers there was that there were very short or lacking of such kind of data and such kind of researches. So while I would highly recommend that this, if we are doing some research and that we are trying to commit to some research in the future, this is one area where we need to work upon that of how in terms of quantitative terms, in terms of financial terms, the accessibility impacts the websites. And so if I put it in another way, that how the accessible websites impact the financial or revenues of the company, and how the inaccessible website impact the financial benefits and the revenues of the companies and organizations.
Thank you, Mohammed. Are there any other interventions, comments? I think we have a sort of IGF message, I think, I capture something here that we need to differentiate and understand what access and accessibility means and capture this in policy dialogue if we are to achieve digital inclusion. So that's possibly one of the IGF messages we can take back and share. I'm just going to hand the floor quickly to Dulcie just to give a bit of an insight into the access affordability, because we're on this theme in infrastructure, to see if we can stimulate some dialogue around that, some further dialogue. But as I mentioned, Joe, we really want to we don't want to be talking to ourselves. we get a lot of opportunity to talk to ourselves, but we don't get a lot of opportunity to talk to you. Okay, yes, please.
Hi there, this is Carolina from LACNIC. So Ron, I understand that then you're trying to start off with maybe the infrastructure layer and speak a bit more of access to the internet. There's been several sessions around community connectivity, and I think that definitely needs to come up as a message. I feel that what's sort of coming out more strongly is all the work around community networks, movements, across the Global South, and I think we have a few representatives, at least there's one here, a colleague from a community network in Latin America, and I think sort of the message there, or what's been discussed in the sessions is sort of like the evolution back saying, I don't know, IGF 2016, community networks, felt like it was like a, sort of a new topic, a new thing, and it's a movement that's gained sort of a lot of strength throughout the years, and essentially it's this idea of when we think about connectivity, connecting the unconnected, that we don't just think about, hey, private sector has to do it or governments have to do it. There's sort of other answers to connectivity, and community networks are, if I may attempt to sort of define them, networks that are built and sort of run by communities that are unconnected, be it because they're in rural areas or because in the Global South they're in I don't know, say urban areas that are regarded as unsafe, and therefore internet service providers don't want to go in there to provide the service. So again, in terms of access, I think that's the message that needs to, come across. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I don't know if perhaps there's an example or an illustration of a community network or a narrative that maybe our colleague could.
Sorry, here's a colleague from Colombia, and he doesn't feel so comfortable with the Spanish, so he's just given me a few ideas. There's a lot of examples, actually, of community networks. And, I can give so I'm, again, with LACNIC, I run the FRIDA program, and we gave a Community Networks Award to our colleagues from Nuestra Red in Colombia, this is Freddy Rivera. Essentially, they have sort of brought connectivity to rural Colombia again, to an area that was disconnected. And I can provide sort of details maybe about the size of the network, how it's built. I don't know if that's particularly relevant, but there's actually several examples from Latin America, Southeast Asia, Africa. I would say from the early 2000s to date. That have proven successful, relying on a sort of whole range of different technologies. Really, I don't know, if that's kind of what you're looking for. I mean, it's I don't know, such a sort of wealth of sort of approaches that these different communities have adopted, that it's sort of hard to give one concrete example. And just to sort of relay what my colleague here was saying is that he was saying, sort of trying to tie the question of access to accessibility, saying that community networks is such an effort to sort of build infrastructure, build the networks, that sometimes they struggle to also meet standards for accessibility. He asked me to relay that to the public, so yeah.
Just on the topic of community networks, and maybe I'm going to throw some questions back to you. I work on the African continent and I engage with a lot of regulators. I do TVY space, so we're in a regulated part of the spectrum, which needs, anyway, that's a different topic. But there is a definite disconnect between the regulators and community networks. And I've spoken to regulators, and the regulators say, you know, we need to understand from the community networks what they want, you know, that sort of attitude. But the community networks are not getting the spectrum that they need. There's complex processes for them to get the license, and that doesn't enable the community networks to thrive. And in my opinion, I believe the community networks will play a massive role in connecting the currently disconnected. And then there's the requirement that the community networks need to put down their business models, which have to be sustainable, and they've got to have this management structure and all this sort of other complex stuff that they apply to the larger ISPs and the MNOs. So if we were going to take a message to the regulators, what would that message be?
Well, I wish there were more colleagues from the community networks here. I don't know if there's anyone, because that'd be really helpful. I think they have multiple messages that are very sort of polished. So it's a pity they didn't make it here. But I think sort of trying to go to sort of the big themes, what we've been discussing in the last couple of days is that when community networks started, they were it was an idea, right? They were in past proof of concept, if you will, right? And now we know there are, multiple communities, again, relying on different technologies, facing different challenges across the global south that work, right? So in terms of thinking how community networks can scale, there's sort of several questions that lie ahead. And I think you got to the heart of two. One is working on sort of the regulatory front to ensure that networks are not operating in informality, right? So that they're not like, trying to borrow spectrum and doing everything like, sort of off the books. And there's actually been quite a bit of progress. And again, I'm from Latin America, so I can speak to that. We have one of the community networks we supported back in 2015 called Altermundi, and they received an operator's license in Argentina. So there has been sort of conquers, if you will, or steps forward, on the sort of regulation front. And of course, I mean, within the community networks movements, there's a lot of things that need to still sort of be worked out. As you mentioned, there's a question of sustainability models. Some communities work based on sort of non-market logic, and that works for some community networks, it doesn't for others. But it's the various models is something that's been explored. They're also sort of exploring questions around producing local content. There's a lot more to do still on sort of the development of hardware and software that's sort of better suited for the needs of community networks. But definitely, I mean, if I were to summarize, I mean, the community networks are still figuring things out, and one of the sort of key things that are seen as, an important and necessary next step is working more closely with regulators on questions around, spectrum use and access, and, all their sort of complementary aspects, as I mentioned before, for instance, being granted operators licenses so that they can access, universal service funds and so forth. And I hope I did justice to, I don't know, again, if there's anyone else from here that wants to talk about it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, Freddy will speak in Spanish and then I will translate in English, if that's okay. Yeah.
Dos aspectos muy importantes que me llaman la atención es, primero, el tema de regulación del espectro. Nels.
Well, two aspects that are really important that I would like to mention about spectrum policies.
Es el gran agujero negro que tenemos las redes comunitarias para poder cumplir nuestra misión de conectarnos.
For us, it's like a big black hole that we have to face and to come by with to really connect us.
En Colombia, por ejemplo, acabamos de estrenar una ley de tecnologías que actualmente las redes comunitarias hemos demandado porque no nos dan un acceso justo a este espectro.
There's a new law defining technologies and access to spectrum in Colombia, and we from the community networks, we are now on trial with the government because we consider that this law doesn't give us the rights that we need to the spectrum.
Y al contrario nos deja al nivel de simples beneficiarios de las políticas del Estado, lo que contradice el espíritu de las redes comunitarias.
And so we always have to wait that the state somehow is beneficent to our demands without really granting us rights.
Queremos recalcar que lo importante de las redes comunitarias es precisamente la gobernanza, en que nosotros podamos gobernar estas redes.
For us, the aspect of governance is really important, and we as community networks, we want to govern our own networks.
Bien, también creo que en el segundo punto hay han manifestado ustedes una confusión entre acceso y accesibilidad, la cual para mí no es tan confusa y quiero expresarme al respecto.
And it seems that there's still kind of a confusion between access and accessibility. I don't see much of confusion here, and I will tell you why.
Nosotros las redes comunitarias solucionamos el problema de acceso a la red. Sin embargo, para nosotros es sumamente costoso en esfuerzo, tiempo y dinero volver nuestras redes comunitarias accesibles, como por ejemplo para las personas con discapacidad.
What we can do as community networks is this first step to create access for the communities, but the real task comes later when we are talking about how to make this first access to turn it into really an accessibility for the whole community.
Pero la accesibilidad no es un problema solo para las personas con discapacidad. En el caso de nuestras regiones, o en Colombia en particular, la accesibilidad es un problema también de alfabetismo.
And when we talk about accessibility, we don't only talk here about people with different capacities, or we are talking here. We're talking here about literacy and digital skills.
Tenemos redes que cubren el acceso para grandes poblaciones de campesinos, pero son campesinos que, por ejemplo, no pueden leer, no saben leer o tener acceso interpretativo de los conceptos.
For instance, there are networks that we have deployed in rural areas where lots of farmers are living, but those people very often do not know how to read, or they don't have the skills to interpret certain messages.
Hemos discutido sobre la accesibilidad como también sobre la gobernanza de Internet, pero creo que la próxima pregunta en un evento como estos debe ser ¿la red para qué?
So we are now in this panel about the question of the accessibility to the networks, but we should maybe broaden the question to the point: what do we use the internet for?
It's Alice. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our speaker, and I've actually formed what could be a message here out of what you've just said, but I just want to share it for thoughts. One of the reasons I'm trying to capture this is I have to do a speech in the closing as a wrap-up, so I'm trying to steal your ideas. So thank you. But for a community network, the first step is to create access, but the real task comes later to turn access into accessibility. Is that a capture of that? For a community network, the first step is to create access, but the real task comes later to turn access into accessibility.
Yeah, I think that captures the spirit of it. I think it would be important maybe to also state the part about having to work on regulation as sort of a next step.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be...
Yeah.
Right.
I actually have the regulations captured elsewhere, because that's something I experience a lot of.
Right, okay.
So I have captured that.
Okay, wonderful.
But I think this does, just 2 seconds because we need to move on, but I think it raises an important issue that our regulators do not understand, is community networks are not ISPs. They need connectivity to deliver their core mandate. and there isn't connectivity, so they have to establish that first to deliver what they want, which could be a service, it could be e-medicine, it could be something else, you know, just get in the community as part of the digital village.
Yeah, they're meant to be complementary to the big sort of service providers. Some of them may define themselves as ISPs, small ISPs. I don't want to say that those are two sort of separate terms, but I think the spirit is there's this term that they've used of sort of coexisting, if you will, and they can peacefully coexist and serve to connect the unconnected. I think I'm happy to talk more about that at the end of the session if you need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yep, we'll come back.
Yeah, just to add, I think what a point that was also mentioned is that if you talk about accessibility, so to take into account the intersections, the intersectionalism that is included, so different capacities, and I think languages is also a very important point. It was not mentioned yet. I came a little late, so I don't know, but I think this is really also a great barrier, and this is where community networks are also offering or could offer, or doing the first step to provide solutions on this.
So I wish I had a whiteboard. Yeah, please.
Yes, good morning. I'm Patricia from Costa Rica, from the government of Costa Rica. I just want to share a best practice that we have. Early this year, the government announced that we're going to have Wi-Fi in more than 400 parks and public spaces, and also libraries and schools all over the country. And this was funding from a fund that we created basically from taxes from big providers. So there's this big fund that it was exclusively made to make internet accessible to everybody. And by the moment it's working fine, but also we have found challenges regarding mostly digital literacy that it's needed, especially for vulnerable groups like women and other people and sometimes young people. So I think that the thing about access has also to do with digital literacy. It's very important to consider that. And also the thing about have access in different languages and different kind of the multilingual access to the internet. The government also has launched public policy regarding access to make all the government websites to make them accessible to everybody, and it has to be done during the next 3 years. So it can be also a more equitable way of seeing internet. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that illustration. And so I think we're going to turn to Dulcie, who during our introductory session moderated the breakout group on access and infrastructure, and then we can move on to other topics. Dulcie, please.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Paul, for giving me this opportunity. Again, my name is Dulcie Banyala. I'm from Vanuatu, if you know where Vanuatu is. And I'm the former regulator for telecommunications, and I can give you some insights on what's happening there. So first of all, the issue here is, that we have covered in the last how many days, access, infrastructure, and affordability. But moreover, there are more other factors included to that one that makes it more complicated. But in the Vanuatu example, we had this policy, what we call the Universal Access Policy, and it promotes a model called pay or play. This is where the operators are monitored by the regulator to make sure that they are actually implementing this policy. So, for example, if the operators are consulted and they feel that, no, we are choosing to play, then that's when they, at their own cost, they develop access. But if they don't, then that's when we levy them. So it worked out very well, and in the last year, we achieved around 98% of that population, not the geography, population coverage. But there needs to be a lot of improvement on quality of service. And that could be a second phase going forward, which they're currently working on it. Okay, the interesting part in there is that the regulator have the role to monitor the licenses, and in our case, there are some remote communities where we give these internet communities a special license we call exception license. This is where some of the levies, for example, some conditions, they are exempted from that. So it went out really well, and that's why we achieved that population coverage. So I think it depends very much on the policy itself, the government mandate, the overall roadmap. And if we have that really clear at the national level, I'm pretty sure we can work our way through the multi-stakeholder approach and to deliver the access. I also note from the people with special needs or the disability, this is also another tough area, but the policy also indicate that they must be included, and that's where the operators also have a function in there to work together with the government and work together with other interested stakeholders, especially the aid donors, to support and provide access. So I'll close it there.
Thanks so much, Dulcie. And we're lucky to have regulators in the room. It's a very valuable perspective. So having started with these questions about infrastructure and then distinguishing access to infrastructure from accessibility to the internet, I just kind of want to come back to accessibility also being dependent on content available in different languages and also digital skills. And so we're kind of building a theme here, and I'd like to turn to Rose, who during our intro session led the breakout discussion on digital skills, innovation, and jobs. And then we might segue there, as the gentleman had mentioned, languages to the local content and language discussion. But Rose, please take the floor.
Thank you, Susan, and good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Mary Rose. I'm from the Philippines, so I lead the discussion on digital skills, education, and jobs during the introductory session. So we've been hearing repetitively, like over and over again, how we can have meaningful and productive access to the internet. And so we're talking about how can we prepare our workforce to respond to the digital demand and the fast-paced improvement and development in the technology so that we can have indeed a meaningful and productive access to the internet. So one of the key messages that transpires over the course of the IG forum and during the introductory session that we have is how can we prepare our educators, and if there are practices and ways or policies that we can prepare our educators for them to be able to transfer the needed skills to the students and to their graduates, and even to the existing workforce to improve their skills based on the demand of the changing technologies. And I think what's the most important thing that arises here is building not just the digital skills, but also the analytical skills, critical skills, and the human skills, which is a lifelong learning. And we need an approach in order to build this capacity instead of just giving them the skills on how to program, on how to code and use the computer, right? So we also for example, in the Philippines, if I could share, there's a challenge on improving the university curriculum in order for us to advance our courses based on the demand of emerging technologies. So what we do is we don't have while we are on the course of improving the curriculum, what we do is we partner with industry associations, with private companies, for them to give the training and workshops to our students instead of forcing our educators to do it internally. So, and that one is one of the best practices that I've heard as well, and I can share to you. I think there is a necessary bridging the gap between the lack of capacity at the academe level and the expertise of the industry partners, and that's where I think we can start working on how we can improve the digital skills of our workforce. And also, I want to share to you, if you have read this charter by the German government for the SMEs, if you heard that report, I think coming from the private sector and tech startup community builder, I want to highlight, and I think this is also a call by the German government to all the practitioners to share with these goals and aspirations. It's here that we have to work together, the government and private sectors and civil society, to help our small and medium enterprise to be empowered and digitally skilled, and give them the resources, whether it's infrastructure or financial resources, to help them invest in a more robust digital infrastructure, give them access to more resources to empower them, and help them create and develop solutions instead of just doing this for other people. Like, I mean, giving them the capacity to offer their solutions at the local level and at the same time at the global level. So that one I want to stress out. So thank you, Susan. And maybe I can throw back to, again, to the room, if you have heard within your participation on any workshops or sessions, if you can share any practices or policies that you've heard, and maybe you can share to everyone as well. Thank you.
Sorry, so it seems we have a few hands over here. Would you like to begin?
Yes. So I have a question. Now I see that the issue that I'm struggling back home, it's not just issues in my country, but it's universal. Coming back to the point that have been raised by the colleague, we currently have the same issue back in Afghanistan, where we are in the process of bringing in restructuring or revising our university curriculums in the area of, specifically in computer science section, where how do we incorporate the new technology trend that is happening, how do we do that as a curriculum. And the approach that she suggested is, we did consider that, but our concern is how do you institutionalize the trend for the curriculums to be adoptive and somehow changeable in terms of new technology development. Let's say, for instance, that currently we are talking about big data and Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and we are still struggling in making that into our curriculum. And the private sector is more looking into human capital, and they will be back relying on the universities. So it's a sort of like value chain, and unless we do not introduce those sort of mechanism or approaches that could, let's say, enable the way for enhancing our curriculum, has there been any positive, any other approaches that could be supportive for us in making those windows open for innovation and for adaptation of new technologies in our curriculum? Thank you.
Do we have any educators in the room? Any educators? Yep. Oh, sure. Rose, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I understand it's really quite challenging to institutionalize that at the national level. So what we are really doing right now is starting a small step within our university. So within our university, we institutionalize it at our level. So with our partnership with industry associations, it's just, for us, it was a matter of memorandum of agreement that they can train the students and they can provide internship, they can provide opportunities for them to work with their companies and allow that to be credited to the students' diploma or course. Yeah, so we really start on the small steps, because if we wait for the national government to institutionalize all this, then we'll take, the challenge. So we are doing on our best at our level. We are like a consortium of universities, so that's what we do at our own level.
Hi, this is Carolina from LACNIC again. I wanted to share another reflection from one of the workshops we organized. I think there was only one workshop on the future of work at this year's IGF, and Rose, I believe you were in attendance. And I think two main messages came out from our work, reflecting around the question of future of work, which I understand has to do with, what do we want the internet for, right? And the two things that came up was, one was in terms of how we should go about preparing the workforce in the global south for the jobs of the future, was the question of upscaling digital skills. And I don't want to, say a lot more about that. I think Rose did a great summary. I guess the big conclusion was that you don't just do digital skills. Digital skills has to come, hand in hand with soft skills, and also specifically when you talk about the workforce in the global south, not just thinking that the global south can take in a micro work and replicates certain inequalities in the digital world, but that you can also work for people in the global south to evolve and maybe start with some basic jobs, but access better work opportunities as they develop, say, I don't know, careers in technology. They learn how to program and so forth, that they can better integrate and access better jobs in the digital economy. So that was one thing. And the other big thing that I haven't heard come up yet is the question of the gig economy and questions around whether work opportunities that are becoming available and that are being thought of as a solution for unemployment in the global south, whether those are decent work opportunities. And we had quite a lengthy discussion about how we can go about making the gig economy more fair for workers, and the need to rethink perhaps, I don't know, labor laws, but at the very least, labor conditions for workers on the gig economy. I think those would be very important messages to include. Thank you.
En cuanto a esta alianza que la señora de Filipinas hablaba entre la empresa privada y la universidad, tenemos que considerar que hay un riesgo donde sea la empresa privada la que maneje lo que enseñamos en la universidad.
About this cooperation that the colleague from the Philippines was mentioning, I think there's some kind of a threat also that we have to be very careful that the private sector will not end up to define the curriculum of the universities.
Porque si bien en Internet tenemos unas grandes oportunidades de trabajo, debemos saber también que el desarrollo no solo es el trabajo.
It's true that the internet is creating lots of opportunities, but it's not only the labor market that means development.
Como desarrollador de software que soy, sé que mi trabajo no solo tiene la oportunidad de generar un dinero para mi familia, sino también de transformar la realidad de la comunidad donde vivo.
And so, me as a software developer, I see my work not only as something that creates an income for me and my family, but also something that should transform the community where I'm living.
Hay un riesgo adicional cuando quienes fabricamos el software o estamos en tecnología caemos en el remolino de la precarización laboral.
And we have to be really careful, especially those like me working with technology, that we don't enter in dynamics where we are auto-exploiting ourselves in precarious conditions.
Y nos convertimos en conductores de Uber en el software, quitándonos la posibilidad de desarrollar realmente trabajos que nos transformen como personas y como sociedad. Esto es algo que la empresa privada no entiende, porque ellos necesitan obreros.
So I would like to end up as a kind of Uber driver of software development. We also always have to think how to create just and dignifying working conditions that transform our societies.
Well, thank you. I mean, for raising these other concerns or points for consideration. On digital skills and education and innovation, do we have? Oh, please.
I would briefly like to comment on what the minister was saying. So that sounds like that the key word is mobility. Mobility and digital work, jobs. Well, I'm already speaking, so I'm also a software developer, and regarding accessibility, I'm ashamed to admit here that I don't produce inclusive software, right? So it's not accessible, and I would like to ask anyone here if they know how can we push the industry to pay the costs, pay the higher development costs to make software more easier to use, to allow more people to have better jobs. And that's it. Filip Okowinski speaking. Thank you.
I think these are very, very important questions, and I'm glad that you've asked them. Would anybody like to, it's a big question, but would anybody like to take the floor and suggest some ideas? Well, I mean, because it's such an important question, I think that means that we all need some time to consider it. But thank you so much for asking these questions. So we have really gone through quite the journey here. Again, so we started with access to infrastructure issues. We discussed community networks as a way to connect the unconnected. And we've talked about accessibility. We've talked about the aspect of accessibility, which is digital skills. And then we've also taken a look at inclusion from the SME perspective. How do you include in the private sector different types, different sizes of businesses? So I'd like to, and since we had our last two interventions from software developers, I'd like to move on to local content and multilingualism. And the reason why I connect that with software developers is I will share one issue that that could be kind of obscure for most folks, but it's called universal acceptance. And universal acceptance, I think, is an aspect of digital inclusion. So what universal acceptance means is that all domain names or email addresses, regardless of what script they're in or how long the domain string is, are accepted by software. So if we think about, I'll just take one half of universal acceptance. If you have an email address that ends in a new GTLD, for example, like .photography, If you go and you want to use a web form or sign up for a listserv, you're able to use that email address and it is recognized. There is also a really important multilingualism and digital inclusion aspect to universal acceptance, and that is the acceptance of internationalized domain names. Or say, for example, if you have an email or domain name address in the Armenian script, and you'd like to be able to sign up for or access different services using that domain name, that you'd be able to do that. And so for many folks, and I'll have to admit, I speak French and English, and that's about it. I'm not familiar with different scripts other than Latin. But for the great many of internet end users who do use different scripts, it is about lowering a barrier to be able to participate more seamlessly on the internet using your own language. And so I just wanted to bring that up just in case folks hadn't heard about universal acceptance readiness. But when it comes to the question of local content and multilingualism, I'm sure we have a very diverse crowd here today, and I'd like to hear from folks if they have any thoughts or experiences to share. If anybody was able to attend a session on this subtheme of digital inclusion. Any local content stories from the IGF this year? No? Okay, well, perhaps, oh, yes. Oh, okay, we've got two. First, we'll start over here and then go to you. Thank you.
El contenido local quizá responde a la pregunta que hice inicialmente de la red para qué. Es lo que hemos pensado en nuestra red. Our red es el nombre.
Maybe the question of local content answers a little bit the question that I raised earlier. What do we use the internet for? And so the project that I work, it's called Nuestra Red, Our Red, or Network.
Our network. Pero antes de estar en el IGF tenía un concepto un poco pobre sobre la importancia real del contenido local.
Before coming to the IGF, I had a very poor or somehow poor understanding of what local content really means.
Ayer, estando en un evento sobre contenido local, vimos unas experiencias muy grandes y muy importantes sobre contenido local que realmente me han estimulado.
Yesterday we were at a panel where experiences were exchanged about the production of local content that really impressed me.
Como la experiencia en Sudáfrica de hacer un estudio de animación digital con niñas que no solo cuentan las historias de las niñas convirtiéndolas en superhéroes, sino que las han capacitado para que ellas mismas hagan parte de la animación digital e inclusive los guiones.
So there was, for instance, this animation film production studio in South Africa, and they were not only producing films with girl characters, superhero characters, but they also included young girls and women as active producers of those films.
Y lo más importante o lo más impactante, mejor, es que ellos tienen la certeza que un día ganarán un premio de la Academia, un premio Oscar, y yo creo que así va a ser.
And the most important was that they really have lots of confidence to win the Academy Awards one day, and I think this will really happen.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And local content can, if you encounter that term for the first time, it can be confusing, and sometimes it's used in different contexts. For example, in trade agreements or trade requirements. There could be provisions around local content that might not just mean internet content, but physical goods. But I think mainly in the IGF context, when we talk about local content, it is content that is, well, made locally and available locally, of course. But the idea is that if folks have content that is more relevant to them and in their language, then some say that will help drive demand for internet access and therefore increase uptake. But I hope if anybody else would like to jump in on that definition, I would feel very grateful if they would. But first, we'll go to you and then Rose.
No, just was thinking one could perhaps tie a couple of points here together. Philippe was asking, how do you get software developers and industry to provide the more accessible technologies? And I think the answer is in part market forces won't deliver it. So that's why you need rules, you need regulations, you need governance. And I take that over to the IDNs, the internationalized domain names. Those were not going to be provided unless there was a push from rules. But it's also a case that before the IDNs, the internationalized domain names, were pushed through finally in ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, in 2009. It took a huge push. And you'd say it's obvious. Most people don't work in Latin script, so obviously you need to have internationalized domain names. So it seems obvious. So why was it such a long struggle to get that through? Well, I would say a good part of it is because the governance itself was not inclusive. So since most of the governance was being done by the large businesses, by the large governments, by the English language speakers, etc., there wasn't enough push. Anyway, it's just a general push to say inclusion in governance is so important, because if you don't have inclusion in governance, you don't get the inclusive rules, and then you don't get the inclusive digital society.
Thank you for bringing that back full circle in the governance scene. So swinging back again to to local content, Rose.
Yeah. I totally agree, and I think that's the one I want to say as well. I think there's a need to push for the principles of universal acceptance, and it's a way to go to encourage and build the capacity of our software developers and the website owners to adopt the system of universal acceptance. Because if they're not doing that, then I think it should start from there, like the awareness that there is this principle of universal acceptance, and why do we need to adopt this principle, to make our internet more inclusive.
Can I just get a show of hands? Who here has an email address or a domain name in a non-ASCII script? Does anybody have an email address or domain name in a script that is not in? Okay, here we go. And what script is that? Oh.
It's Latin with some digraph characters.
Okay, and that certainly counts. I'm sorry, where are you from, may I ask?
I'm from Croatia. Croatia?
Croatia, okay. Croatia. Anybody else so everybody else's emails here are in Latin or ASCII? Okay, that's interesting, really? No? Huh? Okay, well, universal acceptance is definitely at its nascent stage, but we hope it will become more important and prevalent and visible as an issue as time goes on. So we've had some really interesting comments on local content. Yes, please.
El tema de por qué no tenemos un email con scripts o con caracteres no ASCII.
About the question why we don't have more emails with ASCII scripts.
Es precisamente por el problema de la aceptancia. O sea, no es que tomemos la elección, sino es una obligación porque no nos queremos arriesgar a que nuestros emails o nombres de dominio no sean compatibles con lo que está aceptado globalmente.
I think the answer is the acceptance, so the fear of not being accepted using a different kind of email address, and so we are just trying to follow the general rules.
It can become kind of a chicken and egg situation, I guess. And there is that question about demand, but then there is also the ability to be able to first to cater and to accept these non-ASCII domain names, and that at the working level resides with software developers, but there is a whole host of other roles at play when it comes to policies, even procurement policies. If you can create a demand, in so many words, you can create a demand there through procurement policy. And thank you for that insight. So we are rounding up our session, and I would just like to turn to Juliana, who led our social inclusion breakout. So this will be the final sub-theme of the inclusion discussion, social inclusion.
Hello, my name is Juliana. I'm from Indonesia and also a MAC member. Since the time is running out, I will be short and briefly talking about the social inclusion that we discussed, that I lead to breakout. I think is, for my opinion, on another, social inclusion is an impact that follow the development of technical part of technology. Community network, there is a learning from coding and deployment computer hardware for students in both rural and in both rural area or in city. This kind of deployment is bring the both negative and positive impact at the how people call how in the community. The negative impact is that bring our discussion is about young people who will expose with the pornography, violence, or hate speech. It also raised the problem about digital gender gap and the security of transgender, sex worker, sex drug user when they connecting into digital world. But also there is positive way about the deployment technology when more people getting connected, especially people living in a rural area who difficult get to access. There is a discussion how to tackle the negative effect of technology. Community empowerment and government regulation are some ideas that rise. We and me and some people still believe that technology could bring advantage and positive way into people, but we still have to thinking how to mitigate the negative effect of technology.
Okay, we just want to open the floor for a minute or two on social inclusion, and it's quite a key issue to digital inclusion. Yes.
Hi, well, I'm really happy to hear this. I couldn't make the initial session. I'm happy to hear social inclusion come up. My session was that thus far, this session had been sort of gender blind a little bit, and I think social inclusion, goes to speak about some of the challenges of, LGBTQI communities, experience in terms of exercising their sort of digital rights in the online world. This is a topic that I'm interested in. I haven't actually coordinated any workshops around it, but I think that gender needs to be somewhat transversal to any talks about digital inclusion. It didn't come up when we spoke about accessibility, or even local content, and I think it's really something that sort of goes through all these topics that we discussed today. Yeah, I guess I'll just sort of leave that sort of comment or feedback there. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments, interventions from the floor? Anything anyone wants to say on any topic? Any advice you want to give us?
Yeah,
Yes.
I have something else, if I may,
Thank you.
if no
Yes.
one else. I wanted to give a bit of feedback about the session itself. I think this is my 5th IGF. I'm really excited to see that we're doing these sessions to sort of, first you focused on 3 topics this year, and then you had these opening sessions and these closing sessions. I feel like there's been so much sort of wealth of and depth of discussions, and I'm not sure if that came through in this session. I'm thinking that perhaps while it's a very, very important space, there's something that can be done for, to ensure at least workshop organizers are required to come to these sessions. Because, I've done my best trying, for instance, to explain some of the conclusions from the community networks, sessions that I participated in, and I feel like I didn't do it justice again. So perhaps that can be a way in which we can really sort of draw the conclusions, because I feel like, I don't know, say around content, there's a lot of things that went on that maybe we didn't manage to sort of touch upon here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that feedback. And we did send out invites, kind of explaining the nature of, I don't know if everybody received them. Perhaps we could do better to communicate that, but inviting workshop organizers and participants to come and share. But there's definitely room for improvement, and I agree with you. I feel like there is such a wealth of knowledge and experience, and if we can do our best to evoke that, then we'll focus on this for next time.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Jan Scholte at the University of Gothenburg and University of Duisburg-Essen in Sweden and Germany. I just want to follow up on that. I think that's a really good point. We were struggling a little bit at the opening of the session. How do we get this going? And possibly a way to get it going is indeed to ask the workshop organizers to come with one message, and then just go around and tell them that they're going to have a role. Because I was a workshop organizer, I thought, yes, I want to hear what was coming here, but I probably would have been the more inclined to come if I knew that I actually was supposed to do something here. That might be an idea.
Yeah, on behalf of the MAG, I would actually like to thank the 2 of you specifically for those interventions, because it is very important for us. Just so everyone knows, this is the first time that the IGF has taken this approach. So in a way, it was a bit of an experiment, and we want to be risque. But our sense was that this is bringing some focus. The IGF is being accused of becoming unfocused, and if you look at last year, there's just thousands of things happening all over the place. So we tried to get 3 main themes plus all the other open forums, DCs, and main sessions, and there's still probably too much. But our sense is to take stock of these 3 tracks and get an understanding, did they make a difference to people's experience at the IGF? And if we do it again, which I hope we will, how do we do it better? And the comments that we received, I think we will definitely take them back, and we're hoping that they will become part of the way that we tackle this next year. And to be honest, when we started this session, we had a bit more of a formal structure, but I don't think we had the right structure, and that's why we pulled away from it. Going back to breakout groups, I don't think was the right approach, because that would not have got an open discussion and open feedback from each of the workshop, all the workshop streams. But I don't know how we can get more organizers to these sessions, because we can't force people to come. It's on a voluntary basis, so it needs to add value to them. And at these sessions, there's still a lot of interesting things going on around us. So I'd like to thank everyone that did take their time out of other sessions to come here, because this discussion for us has been very useful. I'm hoping it's been useful for all of you, and that it was worth your time joining us at this session. And I think we can just have a clap for everybody that came and ourselves, and thank you. And on that note, we close this session, and hopefully we'll see you in the afternoon for the closing sessions.
pursue them outside the room. I will not shout order, order, but can you, if you have a discussion, a private discussion, can you have it outside the room? Otherwise, may I ask you to sit down so we can start our meeting? As I said, like every IGF, now for past years, we had a final DC stock-taking session to discuss what worked well, what worked less well. I think one of the concerns in Paris meeting was that not every DC was given a 90-minute slot. I think that was sorted out, and I think every dynamic coalition had their slot, and I presume that your sessions went well, but we can obviously also ask whether there is room for improvement. I know many sessions took place this morning of the dynamic coalitions, but also obviously we want to take stock of the main session we had. My apologies that I was not able to assist that session. I had a conflicting commitment, but talking to people, what I heard was, and I talked to Tatiana and Michael, our two moderators, that it went extremely well, but my impression when I left the room was that it was disappointing, the attendance of the session. The room was really very empty, and this is also something I think we wish to address. And it was the same remark we had after in Geneva. We had an extremely interesting session, but also with very limited attendance. I think in Paris the attendance was better, but then we had a partner with the business community, and I think that also drew attendance. But I know Juta's still eating her lunch, but you... I would also be interested in hearing your comments, but you already said it was a brilliant session, yes.
It was a brilliant session with regard to the discussion, because we really worked out how much the work of the Dynamic Coalition is interrelated, how much cooperation is already going on, although it's not always labeled like DC1 is cooperating with DC2, but there are interlinks between the work they are doing, not only related to the SDGs, although yesterday we talked about work related to the SDGs. With regard to the attention to the session, I would say we didn't get the best and fortunate time slot for the session, so Thursday afternoon people might be a little bit exhausted or might just have the need to get some fresh air, go outside of the building or something like that. And there was also a claim that some of the Dynamic Coalition sessions even clashed with the Dynamic Coalition's main session, or were somehow overlapping in the time frame, and that was very unfortunate. So we should look into that deeper. It was suggested that the MAG looks into that. Maybe it's between the MAG and the Secretariat to look at the schedule, whether there can be any overlaps avoided. And last but not least point, I do think that we achieved more attention for the session last year because we also invited the private sector to join that session and discuss with us, and that could also be a suggestion for next year when we look how can we attract people from other sectors as well. Thank you.
Just 2 comments on that. The scheduling, I mean, that can be checked, whether indeed there was an overlap, but that's totally unacceptable. That's a no-brainer. I mean, obviously the main session on DCs should not clash with the DC session. As to the timing, in Geneva we had, I think, was Wednesday morning, first thing in the morning session. Then people should still be fresh, but then, okay, maybe it was too early, nobody came. But I think, and the comment was then made, if all the members of the DCs at least came to the DC main session, that would be more people there. But I mean, this is something we just have to take note. It's obviously a DC main session, however we want to label it, doesn't seem to attract people. And another issue I would also like to hear your opinions is, now we have all these discussions on IGF+, and I think if we try to enhance the IGF in whatever form, that the DCs should play and could play an important role, because there's a lot of substantive work already going on, but maybe more can be done to link them better and to bring it also to the attention. But the floor is open. I don't know whether our moderators would like to comment. Is Tatiana here? Or? I can't see her. But
she's not here, but Michael, what you said at the end of the session yesterday about the role being the glue for internet governance, can you explain that a little bit more? Because I do think it phrased very well what we were trying to say.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Michael Ogia, Global Forum for Media Development, and also representative of the Dynamic Coalition on the Sustainability of Journalism and News Media, the newest DC. Yesterday, during the session, I had mentioned that I had written down at one point that I kind of had a realization that the DCs to me seem to really be kind of the glue that in many ways binds so many aspects of the IGF program together. And actually, I'm going to go back to my notes to see if I can actually figure that out. And it's because, to me, the DCs create a cohesion between all of these different policy areas that are really so at the forefront of the work that we're doing. And part of the reason why I started thinking about that after listening to all of the really fantastic interventions yesterday was that I actually felt so, on that stage, I felt so much pride to be part of the Dynamic Coalition community. And I mean, something I didn't really get to say enough was that I was worried about Tatiana talked a lot because I was worried about about seeming partisan. What do I mean by that? I have been every single person on the stage there, I've been involved with, at least in some way or form, for the past 5 years. Almost 2/3 of those DCs, I've been involved with them, whether it's editing text or going to, being involved in the sessions or organizing or editing or whatever. I mean, so I realized how much of my IGF experience is essentially earmarked by the DCs. And so of course, I didn't really know what to expect yesterday because, for a lack of a different way to put it, I wanted Tatiana to lead because I know that she has done this quite a bit already, and I figured she would have, a good way to structure it and everything. However, I really want to be more involved next year in the shaping of the DC section, because I realized that there's a lot of potential improvements we could be doing. And so, just for the sake of time, would you like for me to keep my comments solely to the session or to anything that builds out of that? Jutta and Marcus.
I would say go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you. So I would say, first of all, I realized yesterday, again, going back to this issue of cohesion, I think that we have a serious communication problem. And that's not something I realized until just yesterday, that here we are, the 14 people on stage. Of course, some of the DCs weren't represented on stage, but I realized that, of course, sometimes there is interaction between different DCs. I mean, I know, for instance, ours was in touch with Nicolo because of just the obvious interplay between, journalism and platforms, etc. But it was so obvious yesterday how much interlinkages there were, and yet, there wasn't, at least as far as I could have ever seen, clear communication, let's say, on the Dynamic Coalition list. Again, this doesn't mean it's not happening, it just means that I haven't seen it. Let's say one DC saying, hey, we're talking about these issues now. Would any of the other DCs be interested in, joining forces on this and talking about this and really making that happen together? I think that we need to do, that all of us, again, it's a call to action. It's not a criticism. It's a call to action to really, for us to be more, take that proactive approach and ensure that we are connecting with one another. Because I say all this, kind of bookmarked by the fact that I've heard so much criticism of DCs over the past years that I've been involved in IGFs, but at the same time, I also know that, and while of course, all of them operate differently and whatnot, we're also working, generally speaking, as volunteers. Nobody holds us, nobody is getting paid to do this work. I mean, we do as much as we can with what we have. So, so with that in mind, I think it's really important for us to make sure that we are doing as much as we can to work cohesively, to communicate to the wider IGF why the work that we're doing is important. I know that the work that we're doing is important because I've been involved with so many of the publications that come out, let's say, of the work that we're doing and whatnot. And yesterday, if people want to ask, well, what are the DCs doing? What is so important? We literally just spent 2 hours yesterday showcasing how not just one DC, but at least 14 DCs are really contributing to the entire goal that we're here. So I'm just gonna keep my points there for now. I'd maybe come in later, but thank you so much for the opportunity to do that yesterday, and thank you for allowing me to speak for so long.
Please go ahead. Thank you, Michael.
Do you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I was late. Just to expand on what you just said, what is really puzzling me, and yesterday when I saw the room, such a big room, and it was basically almost empty, and I thought, we receive so much criticism about, all the things we don't do, and here, we're here explaining, we all gathered together, we spent months to organize this session, and the room is empty, and no one came. I mean, there's no will. It shows to me that there's no will on the other side to come and listen to us, but there is a will to be critical when they have a space to speak, and somehow I'm not understanding this. We create the space for them to come and listen to us, and yet they don't take advantage of the space, but they do express criticism, during the MAC meetings or whatever, in between the sessions. So I'm very puzzled by that. I don't know how to handle it, but I don't think it's a fair behavior. So because there is a responsibility, it also lies with them, if we create the space to come and listen to us, not only us trying to open the space and be more, I don't know, visible.
Just one quick thing, and I mean, both your comments, Michael's comments are great. And I know we had limited time because we wanted to make sure that everybody had time on the stage last night. And I think we were trying to form it in the question of a tweet. But one of the things that I'm flying here, to Berlin and thinking about it, the DCs are doing incredible work. How do we validate that work? That's the question I want to ask. Meaning that we're moving to this IGF plus model potentially. Are there gaps within the UN system, or are there channels that we need to go down or explore to say, hey, this DC can help this arm of the UN, or it's going to help evangelize something? I just feel that we have to kind of frame it in that way so that we're not here in Poland next year and the year after that just giving updates to the community to an empty room. So I don't know if we can think about how we can frame it in that context. Thank you.
I have a question for the other dynamic coalitions, because when it comes to the empty room, I know my members aren't there because that's the only time ever that for us, we have a thing where we sit in a line and talk at them, right? That's not how our dynamic coalition operates generally. So even to get our own members in the room, that's just not the right, a panel where we take turns speaking at them. That's not what we do, right? And I wonder if we wouldn't draw a bigger audience if we do what we do. I mean, that assumes you all do the same thing, right? I don't actually know that. But if what we do generally throughout the year is more participatory, then why isn't our session more participatory? Maybe to give people a sense of what we do, it should look like what we do. I don't know, just a thought.
So I wanted to echo, I guess we're all sort of in agreement in the sense that what Michael has said, particularly, I actually think some of the best work being done at the IGF is being done by the dynamic coalitions. It's where they all, I look at these different if we're fragmented, you look at the different workshops, the different sessions, all doing their little things. And that's important. I'm not suggesting it's not. It has its place. But you need another place where they all come together. And I think that there are some things, I'm perhaps not as defensive about it. I think there are things we can do better. I think we can learn. I know that, and we can learn from each other. But I think that that's the idea, is we should be fixing these. I don't take the lack of attendance, even particularly by Dynamic Coalition members, as a negative sign or lack of support for the Dynamic Coalition. So if you're in a Dynamic Coalition for whatever your issue is, whether it's IoT or gender or disability, to ask our members to come to a meeting where 1/14 of the discussion is going to be on the issue that is dear to you, and the rest of it's going to be about general coordination, you're not going to draw the same sort of response from your members, because many of them are passionately interested in a single aspect. And the general purpose, plenaries is just not going to be as compelling to them, and if there's another session that's more responsive to their specific needs, we're going to lose them. I mean, it's just that simple. I actually found, in many ways, the best, in some ways we could use this session for it too, but in a way, the interaction between the 14 of us on the stage was reason enough itself for that to exist. Oddly enough, that was, in many ways, that was a coordination session in a real sense. I found myself reminded, even though we've been going, 5 years? I keep saying, I need to coordinate better with some of these other DCs. We all need those reminders. It's not, the fact that I feel like I need it and some others need it is not necessarily a sign of lack of attention or diligence, but to come together as a community of DCs actually has a lot of value. And I think that I found the experience gratifying regardless of how things are going in the room. I also can freely confess, there are a number of, just because people aren't in the room doesn't necessarily mean that they won't experience it. So I often like watching the sessions that I want to go to online because I can watch it much faster. And especially if I'm tired or if I'm networking here with other people, there are other uses of that time, but I do go back and pick up a lot of things that I've missed online. So, that's the reason we do that. But I do think that that session is valuable. I do think the DCs are valuable. And my gut tells me I've heard less criticism of the DCs in the last year than I've heard in previous years. And so I think that the progress, the appreciation for what they contribute is growing. And that understand that they're more constructive. There's a growing acknowledgement that DCs play a useful role. And that's, it may not be everyone believes that, but that's sort of my experience having led one for 5 years.
I would like to answer to some of the points that were made, because I do think criticism that we've heard for DCs did not refer to the main session that DCs usually have. It's always questioned whether it's a natural right of a DC to have a session within the program without going through the whole MAC procedure. So that's always debated, but I don't think it refers to either the main session nor to the content of the sessions that Dynamic Coalitions run throughout the IGF. And those Dynamic Coalition sessions that my schedule allowed me to attend, most of them had a good participation. People come to the sessions, they are interested in the Dynamic Coalition's work, but you're completely right saying, oh, only 1/14 part of the session is related to the work that I'm doing within the DC. Is it really worth to spend 2 hours there? So that's why I do think if we could follow that path that we had last year, trying to integrate some other multi-stakeholder groups, making them really aware how our work is related to their work, that might attract more people. And then it's not a question of whether it's Thursday afternoon or Wednesday early morning. If the content is attractive to many people, then they will come.
If I may add, when we started this DC coordination, there have been a lot of criticism about individual DCs. They did not allow me whatever. And we established some common principles that DCs need to be open, inclusive, bottom-up, and have open archives. And I think that is more or less respected. But I just had lunch with someone and said, oh, we were rejected a couple of years back. And one thing we did not address was maybe a proper appeal mechanism. If somebody feels rejected, can you go somewhere, or ombudsman, or whatever you want to call it? I mean, in essence, it would be the secretariat, but you know, if people feel they have been treated unfairly, that they can go somewhere else to bring their complaint. But on the whole, I think this kind of complaint has stopped quite a lot. The other thing is, I think they're all very good comments, but I think we need to maybe dissociate the session itself, whether or not it's well attended. But what I can hear as well is that there is a need for more substantive cooperation between the DCs, between exchanges on substantive issues between the sessions. It's not, and that it's not just about, okay, let's think about organizing the next session, but let's think about how we can actually cooperate in order to make us together stronger and more responsive to needs. And that brings us also back to the IGF Plus discussion, I think. And a lot of the IGF Plus ideas is based on the lack of understanding, actually, that the IGF is not quite as bad as some people think it is. It's just maybe not as good at documenting the success stories, but documenting the success stories also is not resource neutral. You need people to write it up, to catch it up, and so on. But we do have, I think, a lot of elements here in the DC cooperation we can feed into the discussion on how to improve the IGF, how to make it more responsive to increasing demands, and you know, how to address issues like Christoph mentioned that the UN wants to see addressed. And hey, here we have a DC on this, we have a DC on that. They may be able to provide answers to your questions, but that we turn our mind a little bit into have more substantive intersessional work. Maybe we can have from time to time a call on one particular issue that is signaled from a dynamic coalition that might be worthwhile, where you would be interested in hearing input from other coalitions. But all these ideas, I think, are very good, and they could really enrich our work. And let's have this kind of discussion and see how we can actually enhance the cooperation between the dynamic coalitions. But I don't want to talk too long. I'm sure there are many others who have. Gunella, please. Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have to go in a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to come back. But just a few comments. It was really useful to be on the panel yesterday, and I learned a lot from the various DCs. Yes, and so that was a great starting point. From my point of view, I mean, our DC on accessibility and disability has been going for many years now, but we certainly are planning to be more collaborative in future, and would be very keen to maybe work across a number of DCs, so our DC's members could then participate in other DC's activities, like, for example, I did today at the DC on IoT and Small Island Developing States, because I happen to be very interested in both those topics. And there could be others in our membership who would also work that way. I have a couple of questions. One of them is with the governance of each DC. We're all volunteers, and I gather that each of us are maybe well, sponsored might be the wrong word, but we have some type of organization behind us who help us with some resources, be it a mailing list or a website. And I'd be interested to hear the different approaches that everyone takes to that. So I'll just leave it there for now, and I unfortunately have to dash out.
Thank you, Gunilla. Well, this is also, I think, an important aspect of this kind of session, that we can learn from each other, that we share good practices, you know, what works for one DC. Yes, we do all agree there's no one size fits all, but nevertheless, we may learn from one another. Other comments? Nigel, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Marcus. I suppose 2 or 3 observations. One, that I mean, I found the session yesterday, you know, very positive, and, you know, as has been mentioned, what it did. I mean, whether there was 2 in the audience or 2,000, what it did, it identified some synergies between the dynamic coalitions. I mean, I think it's over-optimistic to ever think that you're going to get synergy between every dynamic coalition. I mean, but clearly what it did identify on, you know, on the media and the regulation and a few other fronts, that there was a synergy, and I think that was sort of picked up by the audience. So I mean, that's the first point, and I suppose the second is whether you do that sort of session again. And I know we've discussed this on the group and that, whether you try and if you like, shoehorn the wide variety of topics that the DCs cover into an approach like the Sustainable Development Goals, or whether you divide it up into 2 or 3 different areas. Like this morning, for instance, the dynamic coalitions on the IoT and internet values met, and there was a synergy there between the 2 of them, and that session, you know, I think worked quite well because of the follow-on between the security of IoT and the broader internet values. So I think, you know, we have to think this again. But I do think that, you know, there is value in the DCs being brought together. Now, whether you bring them together in a public area or whether you bring them together in a private area is different. And just the last point, I mean, is that the individual sessions I haven't been to them all, but they've been incredibly well attended and very positive. And so I think, you know, that obviously will be reported back to the MAG. I mean, yeah.
Thanks, Stuart Hamilton from the Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries. I don't have much to add because the comments have really covered the way I looked at the session, but I'd reiterate that I did find it very positive to hear what everybody else was working on, because it did give, by the end of the session when we were all dispersing, exchanging cards and deciding that we could work together next year on X. So I think that was very positive. I do think something as simple as a smaller room will generate much more positive feeling. It's psychological. You're in that massive space. If there's only 30 people in there, it looks like nobody. So something as simple. So I would agree with the comments about the way we actually approach the session in terms of the physical setting and the degree of interaction. I'm definitely in agreement with that. But as a participant, it was a good experience, and I think it was rewarding, or you know, it gave me lots of ideas about what we can do next year.
Thank you. This echoes also a little bit my first reaction, whether it would not have been better in a smaller room where you actually can see each other. We had asked for the main session mainly also because you get automatic interpretation in all UN languages, which is obviously added value. So if you look at it in the archive, a video, but then on the other hand, it loses maybe the interaction would have been maybe more positive in a smaller setting. So this is something to be considered in terms of when we go forward to next year's meeting. But I really think what I heard from you is there was value in the session as such, and there is value in the cooperation between, in the exchange of views between the dynamic coalitions. And I like the idea that was first made a suggestion by Michael to actually have that throughout the year as an intersessional process, that we don't maybe dissociate the focus of the next session from the cooperation, that the cooperation as such between the DCs may well be more important than just planning next year's session. That's a little bit my takeaway. But other comments? Yes, Christopher.
A very small dissenting voice on the venue. I like the big venue. I like the fact that it's simultaneously translated into all available languages for archival purposes, because I think many people will access it that way. What you lose in terms of interaction, we're not going to get much interaction among 14 people beyond what we get now. I mean, with that many speakers in that amount of time, Tatiana and Michael were masterful at pushing us along, but the idea that you'll get the same sort of engagement you'll see in a room like this in a more conventional workshop, I don't think it's worth sacrificing the other things to gain that, because I don't think the gain is there. And there's a certain legitimacy and certain, I don't know, circumstance, a pomp to doing it in the main room. And I've always thought that we have our sessions individually in rooms like this. And I think that serves a useful function. And so I kind of like it the way it is now, but I would of course defer to everyone else if I'm not the only one, if I'm the only one that feels that way.
Valid points, and definitely the interpretation is a legitimate point, but Jutta has to.
I couldn't agree more with you, Christopher, because I do think it's an acknowledgement of all the efforts that are put into the work of the dynamic coalitions when we go into the grade room and when we have the interpretation. And it's also like it could then be more inviting for people not only to join that session, but to engage in dynamic coalitions work when they learn in all these languages about the work. So I prefer to leave it as it is.
So can I just say from the original comment, I didn't mean to say the room size, although maybe that has to do with how much interaction you can have, but I really mean to say that there is at no point in the year except for that session does our group, the Dynamic Coalition, do a thing where we like take turns reading a script, right? That, like, we just don't do that. And so it just feels odd and a little forced at the main session for me in particular, or for any of our members to get, to sit in that spot and answer pre-planned questions in a pre-planned way, the way that like the rest of the IGF does, because that's just not what we do. And so the question was really whether there is a way to structure the session to reflect more like what we actually do. And maybe the answer is no, because we want the pomp and circumstance of it all or whatever, but I think that actually keeps my members from not coming, right? So if I ask them, are you coming to the main session, they'll say no, because A, the 1/14 of a thing or whatever, and then B, like, we know what you're gonna say because, we helped you prepare it or whatever, right? So why would we? But so that was, to be clear, more the thrust of the comment rather than the pomp and circumstance piece. And I agree with the translation. I think that that's important.
So I have a few different points to make, but let's just start with this, because Carla, I think I'm glad you're raising this point, and Christopher, I'm glad you're raising kind of a counterpoint. I think one of the issues is that we don't have this kind of robust discussion enough, and for instance, I attend the calls, and maybe not much is said, or like often, Marcus and Jutta, you're kind of pushing it along, but I don't know how to say this in a more diplomatic way, but it's just, again, call to action. I think all of us just need to, as much as we can, really encourage ourselves as the coordinators or our members to make sure that we're having these discussions. And if they're not on the calls, then make sure that we're doing it over the mailing list, because I think sometimes we don't do that enough. So that's one. Two, the format. It's funny because I was gonna suggest that now that I've had this experience, that maybe we keep the format consistent. I think maybe one of the issues was expectations. So if we know what to expect next year, we can plan better for it. That sort of thing. Of course, because I want to say, and Marcus and Jutta, you can speak to this more widely. The past few years, we seem to have been like all like vacillating between different forms of the DC session. Sometimes it's, I think once it was like in Geneva maybe, it was kind of like this, and then the year after it was like, well, why don't we just focus on one specific policy question? And so I think no matter what, although flexibility is good, I think it's we stay consistent. Minda approached me yesterday, and I'm sorry to call you out, I don't mean in that way, as saying like, we've been working a lot on climate change, so in climate action, why did you focus on refugees and migrants? Which, fair enough, and that's something that, that's something that for me, I didn't realize that even though I was obviously involved with it, we took from the papers themselves, and maybe I wasn't critical enough about that, as trying to say, well, what are we trying to get here? So I think consistency, making sure our expectations are clear. In terms of advocating for the DCs themselves, I think that we should be, have to be our biggest advocates for this work, period. But aside from that, and I don't know, just looking around the room, other than Utah, I don't know who's on the MAG, but I think we really need to have much, much more MAG support as much as possible. That's something that strikes me. And then lastly, I think we have to really make sure that we are communicating clearly what we want from our DC members, as well as what we want from each other and what we want from an audience.
I was just going to ask Gavri, because she was my co-facilitator to begin with. She would like to jump in, and I see she has asked her. Please.
Yeah, thanks, Aridoria. Now, first of all, I have to say that I did not participate in the Common One, nor did the Dynamic Coalition I'm part of. And I don't regret that at all, because I looked at what was being put together and said, gee, doesn't really relate to what we're doing. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. So I don't really, and perhaps it's just being ignorant, but I really don't understand your call for action. I think that compared to where DCs were 2 years, 3 years, 5, however many years ago, they're really doing well. I don't think they need to be uniform. I don't think there needs to be consistency that each year's program has to be the same format. In fact, I was really shocked that you went kind of for the same program again, because it seemed like, you kind of got stuck in a rut. And I didn't understand why you were doing it again, but that was okay. Since I wasn't going to participate, it didn't matter. So I actually thought things were going fairly well, that each of the DCs is working. By the way, I totally agree on the people talking about the big room. Even if you can't fill it, it's the right place to be. Although it was unfortunate that the TV broadcast from there didn't seem to be working quite as well as it could have, because I know I wanted to watch it from elsewhere because I couldn't be there. But anyhow, so I really don't understand, and it's probably my ignorance, what is wrong and what call to action is really needed. So perhaps you're being too diplomatic for my slow brain.
Would you like to respond, Michael?
Sure. To me, sorry, Michael Ogia. When I say call to action, it's more of like positive encouragement, I suppose. Like, it's not to say that something isn't happening or doesn't need to happen. It's more of like, let's continue to support that positive element. Maybe that's still being overly diplomatic. It's just more of like, it's not criticism necessarily. It's more of saying, look, there's opportunity here to continue to do, positive, to take positive measures to make sure that we are continuing to support each other. That's what I meant.
It's also how I understood it, that it was more a call for, well, I think I interpreted it as substantive cooperation throughout the year, that you actually, up to now, we have only discussed procedural issues. Should we have, there was, for instance, the frustration that some dynamic coalitions were only given a 60-minute slot, was it in Geneva or in Paris, that sort of thing, that we really say, no, you need 90 minutes. But you also defend the slot that the dynamic coalition that has done its work automatically gets a 90-minute slot. So we discussed that sort of thing, and then to ask for a main session and how to prepare the main session, that we never discussed on substantive issues. If there is is there anything we have to add on climate change, for instance? So we never had this kind of discussion, and that's clearly would be a step forward, that one dynamic coalition signals an issue, would like to have input from other dynamic coalitions, or the accessibility and disability dynamic coalition already signaled we might be interested. It's clearly a horizontal issue. They may signal to other dynamic coalitions what's important to them. Have you considered this? Have you considered that? And that's, I think, a very valid function. So that's the way how I interpreted it. But yes, Stuart.
I suppose I would go back then to, I mean, some of the thinking I've just had as the conversation sort of stemmed from the idea that maybe our problem was that people weren't coming. And actually, I'm beginning to ask myself if that, what is the actual problem that we're sort of trying to solve here? What's the objective of the session? Because that to me, because then the big room is fine in some respects, and it seems to me that everybody who participated was actually quite happy with the participation. So we all got something out of it. Is the problem we're trying to solve to get more people to come? Because then we might need to ask ourselves, and maybe this has already been done, why aren't people coming? Have we actually asked them? Avery didn't come. You've obviously said it wasn't for you, so you know that wasn't working even for one of our own. But do we know why people go to other sessions over this one? Have we asked?
All the relevant questions, but I think you know, there are always buzzwords every year. This year is more artificial intelligence, then people go to that. Or last year maybe IoT, whatever. But the dynamic coalitions, it's a big roof that has to cover everything. So by definition, the title of the session is not sufficiently sexy to attract the masses. But
can we camouflage it somehow?
Well, there is that. I mean, how can we make it more attractive? But I also can hear you. I mean, I think there is value in the session as such. I think around the table there is consensus on that. And being in the main session documents that in all UN languages, which again is a value even if people are not in the room, because it's archived and you can read it up. So, you know, you can send it to colleagues who maybe are not that fluent in English, but prefer it in Spanish.
Yeah, and actually for the record, I think I understand now, certainly the big room brings that. That's very valuable.
So there is that. But I think, and also what is the problem we're trying to solve is how to be relevant and remain relevant, and also in the discussions going forward. We don't know where they're heading on IGF+. But I think as dynamic coalitions, we should not just wait, but we should be maybe more proactive in making a contribution, how we can actually make a contribution to enhancing the efficiency of the IGF and also documenting the impact. And I can tell. Yeah, please.
Thank you for your question. My name is Nadia Chechia. I represent the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. I apologize for being late. My session was still running, so that's why I'm joining the conversation just now. In regards to your question about why, in particular, my target audience isn't turning up, we have a WhatsApp group, and there are some people who sit in the back, and they report back whether or not the topic is too complex to understand, because the dynamic coalitions at some point is not really an entry point for beginners. They feel it's more for people who've already been working and developing projects, and so it's our target audience seems to be more people who are already in organizations and working in businesses. So in that regard, they then don't turn up because the language is then becoming too difficult and the projects they are not really involved with. And I think this reflects back to a conversation that we had last year about target audiences. If I recall correctly, we mentioned that if we are doing intercollaborational work between dynamic coalitions, we usually address that in our own sessions. So when we have it in our own sessions, we then talk about, oh, we were working with this dynamic coalition and we produced this paper, or it happens through, you know, NRIs or the best practice. Yeah, best practice forums. I can't remember which way it goes around. So then I feel then that when it comes to collaborations between dynamic coalitions, those get then more attention during those sessions. For WISIC, it's important to sit with you because for us to remember and acknowledge that we are there, that youth are participants, and that we are contributing to the process is for us extremely important. And therefore I also apologize for not being in the calls. There seems to be a miscommunication who's sitting on calls nowadays for the session. But it is important for us to know and see what you're doing because everything that you tell us, we bring back to our communities and say, hey, they are developing this. Do you want to go back to your organization where you're doing your internship so that we can connect them together? So this is why for us it is important that this further develops because we then understand better what you're doing for the people who do understand what you're doing. But then for the newcomers and for the really young, for them this is too difficult. But thank you for your question.
May I add something to that? Because we also had a debate during the MAG sessions that there were even MAG members out there that don't understand what a dynamic coalition is. So it seems not only to refer to the group that you are representing, but also to other people coming to the IGF, and even those that are very close to the IGF ecosystem sometimes don't understand. We had to explain that dynamic coalitions do so-called intersessional work, that it's not only having one meeting at the Internet Governance Forum at the end of the year, but that it's work that is done throughout the year. And as far as I know, it was a successful attempt for this year to bring parliamentarians from all around the world to the Internet Governance Forum. I just attended that session and it had lots of participants there, but I'm pretty sure that none of the parliamentarians had ever heard the term dynamic coalition nor understood what it really means. In preparation of the Internet Governance Forum in Germany, we had several information meetings explaining people what is the Internet Governance Forum, how can you bring in your own resources to that. And when I had the time and opportunity to explain a dynamic coalition is something that you can start right away, work with a group with people from around the world on an issue that really goes to your heart, that is important for you. Everybody was excited. But still it takes then some time to understand and to really approach dynamic coalitions, to know whom to turn to when you're working with people with disabilities, for example, or when you come from journalism or so on. So I know it's all in the Internet Governance website, but it's difficult for people to access the information and to really understand what they can do to bring in their own resources in our work.
May continue. It is also quite an unusual construct, the dynamic coalitions. Normally, working groups of an organization are chartered by some supreme body of the organization, but the dynamic coalition are self-constituted, they're bottom-up, and they're autonomous. And this creates maybe a natural tension between the MAG. The MAG is appointed to design the program of the annual meeting. And then, hey, the MAG members learn there's a whole portion of the program that is outside our remit. We cannot say we have nothing to do with them. And I heard when we started this collaboration between the dynamic coalition, I heard comments from some MAG members that they get automatically prime real estate, giving slots, whereas others have to fight for it. That is the workshops. And the workshops, they get chosen, selected by the MAG members. So that is a natural, I think, tension. And as Jutta said, it's also quite difficult to understand this autonomous nature of the dynamic coalitions. Yes, please, both of you, ladies first.
Thank you very much. Nadia again from WISIC. I don't know if you're aware, but on the first day there's an IGF for newbie session, and a lot of people, we encouraged to attend. There was no one there, in terms of not people who wanted to know more, but there was no one presenting anything. And people were shocked. They sat there for an hour and then they left to go to other sessions, and a lot of young people were upset. And one thing that the Y6 session this year decided is that they would like to work together with the MAG so that we would be co-hosting this. But then in relation to this conversation, perhaps also someone from the dynamic coalitions could attend the IGF for newbies session and explain what are dynamic coalitions, and then encourage them to attend the dynamic coalition sessions related to the area of topics that they themselves are specialized in, and say, come to our community because we can be the community that can foster your development at the IGF. And if this is a possibility that I can open the floor to the dynamic coalitions and we can work with the MAG on this, I would really appreciate that. And then if you don't mind, a second contribution is that if we are not sure still about what we're going to do for the IGF next year regarding the main plenary session, we could do a tryout session maybe if people want to. We can try it out at EuroDig, which is in June. Then we can try out doing a dynamic coalition session there and see if the development of how we want to do this main session works there or does not work there. And then it sounds maybe a little cruel to Sandra to say it as a trial session, but I think it would be a great opportunity for us to come together more often so that we feel more comfortable rather than having this once a year session. And then it's the ultimate. It's always the ultimate. And if we have, okay, now I'm babbling. I hope people understand what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Nicolo, you were first asking for the floor.
Yes. Thank you. So, Nicolo from the Dynamic Coalition Platform Responsibility, but I also want to represent in this instance the Dynamic Coalition Network Neutrality and Community Connectivity. So, I think one issue that has come up is the need to kind of fit with together with the main team and what is of interest to everyone. And, this is one issue that has come up. The other one is we would like to have this as participatory as possible. This was one of the comments made earlier. So what we have done over the past few years is always try to have inputs from our members in order to create first a call for papers or call for inputs and then represent the collective work together at our session. So couldn't we have maybe also something similar in the context of Dynamic Coalition where we have, I know that we try to make it as participatory, as inclusive as possible by having the SDGs, which are basically fitting with the goals of various Dynamic Coalitions. But another innovation of this year's session was dividing the work in 4 different streams, I think. So perhaps we could have a call for papers, call for proposal that kind of highlights the work of different streams. And we don't need to have all 14 because that's just very dispersive and a few of us, were not able to perhaps understand all the nuances of the conversation, and it would allow, if we made a more specific focus of a session, we would encourage our members to participate because they would actually be more closely more close to the topic of the conversation, and they would be more able to kind of bring their inputs, their questions. So I'm just thinking perhaps we could have, every year a couple of tracks represented, and not all necessarily. But I know this is a very disruptive idea that goes against the coordination and inclusion of all coalitions. But we also have decentralized coordination, which is another way to go about this. And it's not about imposing what the team is, but letting the Dynamic Coalition decide and maybe bringing this together with the general team of the IGF every year. That's a suggestion.
Michael was next.
Yes, could we perhaps have a secured slot where we could have like a proposal that different Dynamic Coalition would submit together, like a co-submission, not necessarily 100%, as you said, not all of us together, but we would know in anticipation that, if we identify a cross-cutting team that we would like to work on together, like 3 or 4 of us could co-submit a proposal that it would be, I don't know how to call it, but sort of a, multiple Dynamic Coalition slots or whatever. That could be an option. Thematic session, I'm saying.
Yes, and if I may add something to that, it would be useful if the deadline for that was a little bit later than the workshops, because we are busy also putting together the proposal for the workshop. So it would be helpful if we had a devoted session for dynamic coalition proposals with the deadline slightly later. Yeah.
I don't think that's an either or. So of course, we could still have the dynamic coalition's main session. That wouldn't hinder any dynamic coalition, for example, like dynamic coalition on Internet of Things and dynamic coalition on child online safety, somehow cooperated, I do think 2 or 3 years ago, when they had a session, which was, of course, the session of the dynamic coalition on child online safety, but Internet of Things was brought into that. So I do think, of course, if there is work that is related to each other, then you could propose to have a workshop or a session which will go through the MAC procedure. It would not then be guaranteed that the workshop proposal goes through, but still that would not mean that we should not have the main session with trying to have as many dynamic coalitions as possible in one session, because I do think the idea was also to explain a little bit more what is a dynamic coalition and what work do they do within the main session. And we still see that many people have not understood, so I do see the need to continue with that, making clear what is dynamic coalition work. Minda?
Thank you, Minda from Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. First, I wanted to join everyone else to say thank you for yesterday. Moderation was great. The conversation was great. Obviously, it was not well attended, but I think it comes to the points that were discussed already. So, too many topics involved, too big discussion, very deep as well in the themes that most people are not into, and if they go for the first time and sit there for 2 hours, probably it's a little bit too much to take in. So yesterday, at the end of the meeting, I suggested that we'd possibly could work together on something that is urgent, and my call was for climate action, because it's not something widely discussed at the IGF, and these for instance, could bring everyone together into discussing something very specific with the input of everyone. So connecting the next billion, how are we going to do it in a sustainable way? So, or how do the impacts of fundamental rights, so that would come from me. So it doesn't have to be climate action. I would possibly go for something like that, because it's something that we are deeply caring about at the moment and working on. It was good, by the way, that we talked about refugees rather than my climate action plan, because refugees was another topic that you wanted to bring to the IGF, and unfortunately it was not accepted, so it was really good to mention there. So my main point about bringing people to the session is communication. Having more time to discuss what we want to do at this main session together, working collaboratively. So I think what happened this year is we worked very well in the first few months, and we were good at discussing things, and then as the time approached the IGF, it kind of died off, and it was a little bit of confusion, because at least on my hand, I'm also busy preparing other things. I was not exactly sure how the session would be. And I think if you just keep the communication going, if you are all in the same boat and we know what we are doing, we can also approach our communities, we can also communicate with everyone what's happening, we can bring more people together. But I think we need to concentrate on something that includes us all, rather than to discuss too many topics in one session, because I think that's how we don't get people in the room. Thank you.
Maybe you first, you haven't talked yet, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. This is Muhammad Shabir Rawan from Pakistan, and I am the President of Internet Society Accessibility Special Interest Group. Please forgive me for asking very basic level question, and also pardon my ignorance as well. I've been listening to very thoughtful points and ideas emerging here. But what I would like to ask that on the IGF page, on the UN page, dynamic coalitions page, there is a way that how to formulate or how to form a dynamic coalition. Then there are some objectives and purposes as well listed there, but I did not see for one that how the work of these dynamic coalitions is evaluated, and how these once a dynamic coalition is formed, how this coalition would be governed in the future. So please, if someone could enlighten me on that topic, and perhaps we can. So there are, like, I know 18 or 19 dynamic coalitions so far. So one, I would be interested in knowing something about the evaluation, that how the work of the IGF dynamic coalitions is evaluated, and if there is a criterion or something like that. And second, about the governance, that if it is formed and once a coordinator is designated, so how this changes, or if there are something like that, some modalities or some work like that. So I would invite your comment. Thank you.
Well, the answer is essentially none to all your questions. There's no evaluation as such. The Secretariat just checks whether a coalition exists and fulfills some basic criteria. That is, files an annual report, whether it has a mailing list that is active, but there's no substantive evaluation of the dynamic coalition. And as to the governance, they all subscribe to some basic principles, that they have to be open, they need to have open mailing lists, and they need to have open archives. If they abide by these basic criteria, then they are listed as dynamic coalitions. And how they organize themselves, whether they have one chair or multiple co-chairs, that's up to them to decide. So it's a very light process, it's very autonomous, and that's why also we started sitting together at one table to discuss how best to make sure that there is a certain coherence between them, that not one dynamic coalition does this and the other one does that, but that there are some very basic parameters. And we can, of course, change this if we all agree, but I think there was also a strong feeling among the dynamic coalition. There's no one size fits all. We have different nature, different issues, different dynamics, but we can agree on some basic principles. And what I did mention right at the beginning is one thing we never discussed: do we have a kind of appeal mechanism if somebody feels dissatisfied with a dynamic coalition? The logical one would be the Secretariat, because the Secretariat keeps the archives of the dynamic coalition, lists them, and at one point, I think that it listed also inactive dynamic coalitions, that were dynamic coalitions that had not filed an annual report, and they are not given a slot at the meeting. You need to be an active dynamic coalition if you want the slot at the meeting. But up to now, you have automatically been given a slot. But again, the ultimate arbiter, it will be the MAG, because the MAG has the responsibility for the IGF program. So yes, we can discuss what kind of main session we want, but we will have to make the proposal to the MAG, and it is the MAG that decides. So there, the lack of participation in the room may be a criteria used by some MAG members, saying, but nobody came to your session. But there we have also the arguments that were made by many people in the room, saying there was a value in itself and it's documented. And this is all very helpful. I mean, Utah will be the one who has to take all this to the new MAG and convince the MAG colleagues of the value. I don't know, would you like to add a few words on that?
I do think you phrased that very well. It's, in that case, it has to go through the MAG decision process, and we will bring that forward. I do think Marcus has done a wonderful job for always reminding the MAG how useful the work of the dynamic coalitions is, and that it needs to be rewarded also with the space in the program and so on and so on. So we will continue to do so, and will bring forward these suggestions to the MAG.
And also one argument we always have to make is a session of a dynamic coalition is not like a workshop as such. It's more an AGM of the dynamic coalition. It's the only time where the dynamic coalition members actually meet face to face, so they need their time. But Christopher, you wanted to react.
So I wanted to sort of reinforce something Jutta said about the use of the main session. And I understand Nicolo and some of the desire to make it narrower. I don't think it's either or. As Jutta said, we can propose individual workshops, but actually, as was mentioned at the main session, we incorporated, Christopher Yu, Dynamic Coalition for Innovative Approaches to Connecting the Unconnected. They mentioned that we actually incorporated other dynamic coalitions into our dynamic coalition session to bring in those perspectives, which doesn't have to go through the workshop process, but is a way to carry that kind of work through. And if that makes sense for certain coalitions, I think that is an avenue that's open to you. And to me, to the extent to which there are clusters that have common interests, those are the better avenues. What struck me about this session was the breadth of things represented in the 18 dynamic coalitions. And that was an important recognition for me. I would like to think that I can keep track of 18 things, but it's just simply not true. I mean, just to keep up current with what everyone's doing is not possible. And the fact that I did not know we had a new dynamic coalition on blockchain. And I have to admit that I have some work on blockchain, very remote from that, but the idea that that would coordinate with the connecting the unconnected, it's not natural. I mean, I'm interested, but that was my moment to realize the breadth of what's going on. And when my other work comes up where I do find chances to plug in things that don't tie in directly, we would lose that. If we picked a handful of smaller themes for the big session, because by definition, we would accent certain things at the trade-off of losing the breadth and appreciation for the breadth of what's going on. And my gut tells me that my opinion is if there is a tremendous need for that other coalescent sort of smaller group events, but there are other avenues for that, this is really the only place where we can really understand the full breadth of what's going on across all 18. And I personally think that the trade-off, we would lose something by moving it to becoming more specialized, and I would encourage us to think more broadly about proposing workshops or structuring our own dynamic coalition sessions to bring that in, because there's an opportunity where we can make it, as Jutta said so beautifully, it's not an either-or choice, we can actually do both.
Michael Ogia, Dynamic Coalition on Sustainability of Journalism and News Media. I really can't agree more with what Christopher said. I mean, the fact is, if we want in-depth analysis, we can do that in our individual sessions. But where else do we make those connections? I think that's something that's missing. I think when it comes, this is kind of why I wanted to highlight the format of this event as well. I mean, also, we've been planning this for months, and I think oftentimes I sometimes feel like Jutta and Marcus, you're just kind of like, okay, what do you want to do? What do we want to do? And you're trying to get feedback, and it's crickets. So, we need to take a more proactive approach at saying what we want, what we don't want, what works, what doesn't work. That's one. As you mentioned, there's clear accountability mechanisms, but are they enforced? That's something we can be working on as well, because the way that I see it is that if we all have to keep ourselves accountable too. I mean, if one DC is not kind of pulling their weight, it brings us all down, even if another is doing way more than they need to be doing. So there's definitely an element of self-reflection in all of that as well. But having said all of that as well, I mean, for me, Utah, the fact that like MAG members don't know what the dynamic coalitions are doing, that is unacceptable to me, that we are such a major part of this program and they don't know. I understand that people have a problem with the fact that, you know, we just automatically get a session, which by the way, is not true, and it's clear on the website. You have to have been doing work and doing demonstrable work throughout the year, and that you come together and as Marcus said, have something like an annual general meeting. I always call dynamic coalition work an iceberg. That's what intersessional programming is. You see the little bit of it that's done for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours at the session, at the event itself, but then the rest of the work goes unseen. So maybe that's one of the problems, and going back to the point that I raised about communication that others have echoed in their comments as well. We need to do a better job at communicating with each other, educating the rest of the the rest of the IGF community. I don't know how we can communicate that as a group to the MAG. I'm sorry, but I'm very like irritated about that. I mean, you know, so I don't know. We can take, for instance, some of the documents that we had created for this, that Tatiana and I and Marcus and Jutta had created. We can turn that into a fact sheet, maybe how the DCs are contributing to the SDGs. Maybe that's something that could be like a 2-pager or something. If people don't read that, maybe we can do a webinar. If that doesn't work, I'm open to suggestions.
I know Jutta wants to jump in, but allow me also first to comment. It's all true what you said. Dynamic coalitions, they have to prove that they are given a slot through the work they have done. But what it means automatically, it's not up to the MAG to decide. It's up to the Secretariat to check the boxes. Have they done a report? Yes, tick the boxes, and then you are given a slot. But the MAG is out of the equation, and that creates frustration, I think, among some MAG members that here they are given prime real estate and others have to give a proposal and we then decide yes or no. But Jutta wanted to discuss.
I just wanted to ask you to be a bit sympathetic with new MAG members, because they are not nominated because they know everything about the Internet Governance Forum and its like best practice forums and dynamic coalitions and so on. They are nominated due to their individual personal expertise in special areas and for representing a certain stakeholder group. And of course, if you're new to the whole thing, then you need to learn and to understand, and probably we can also have, I would suggest that at the first meeting of the new MAG in the next year, that we explain a little bit more to the new ones what these formats are and what they stand for. But just, I understand you're upset, but maybe I haven't phrased that very well, but it's only a minority, and if someone doesn't know from the beginning, I do think it's understandable.
And of course we can do better in documenting what there is.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Now we have lots of people.
Yep, okay. I'm actually, I'll out myself, I'm an incoming MAG member. And so okay, I didn't need the applause, thank you. So I'm listening and I'm learning, and it's I mean, there's a lot of frustration I can hear, and also talking about ways that MAG members can learn more about dynamic coalitions. I am from a dynamic coalition, and so within one particular DC, we have particular issues in that we're trying to address, and so hearing what everyone else says is certainly something you know, I can share formally and informally with the MAG when I start getting involved a little bit and understanding a bit more about how the MAG operates. So having said that, I also wanted to ask, we've been talking, and I'm sorry I had to leave the room, I will had to meet with a parliamentarian actually, and so we know that the each DC has a session allocated to them. I'm wondering how many DCs actually work together to put in proposals for workshops currently. Is it most, or is it done mainly through your membership, that some of your membership might propose a workshop? I'm just wondering what the mechanisms are there.
It's true. So also to clarify my earlier point, I think we are all really busy with our own dynamic coalition to build, an annual output, as well as putting in workshop proposals that are separate from the coalition themselves. So what I was suggesting earlier is to have an additional incentive, an additional channel for us to propose something together that would allow us to produce something intersessionally between us, to have a dialogue. And also I think the session itself will be a very good opportunity to exchange substantive ideas, because one thing is to have a 90-minute session or 2-hour session with 15 speakers. Another one is to have maybe 2 or 3 coalitions having a much more substantive exchange.
Thank you for explaining that. This is actually fairly close to what the NRIs do. They also have thematic sessions apart from an overall session. So this is definitely something worth exploring. But we are reaching have 10 minutes left. We have to think about wrapping up. There are a few people who, there was Nigel, Nick, and Christopher. Nigel first.
Just very brief, these points have been made. I mean, surely at the first MAG meeting in the new term, there has to be some alignment of what the overall programme consists of. Because if MAG members, new MAG members, go straight into the really hard work, and I recognise that, of choosing workshops, and are not familiar with the best practice forums and the dynamic coalitions and the wider aspects of the Internet Governance Forum, then it's very difficult for them. So there has to be something at that first session, I would have thought.
Nick Smith from the DC DNSI. I just want to build on what everybody's said so far. So one of the luxuries that our DC had, and I know, Michael, we actually met in Geneva when you were announcing the start of your DC. I mean, it goes to kind of what everybody's been saying. Is there any appetite, and if so, is there any feasibility where we can just stop talking about it and just like do some type of DC session for the MAG, whether it's in January, I know the next one's in April, where we get an email list together, these are the topics, this is what's going on, because to your point, I mean, it is a crash course for new MAG members, right? But this year I was at every MAG meeting, and our DC presented at every MAG meeting about what we're doing. It was kind of a check-in point where we are and where we're going to be going towards November. So I'm just wondering if we can do something collaboratively, one, to help the MAG understand what we're all about, and two, as they're thinking about the schedule and the logistics of everything, also help us as well too, so we know where we're going. Just something to think about. And thank you.
So in answer to the specific question about how we coordinate with one another, it's much of it's informal, but for example, Christopher Yu, Dynamic Coalition for Innovative Approaches to Connecting the Unconnected. For the last 3 years, the MAG had authorized a major initiative on connecting and enabling the next billions. And one of the things we did is, along with the Internet Society, our DC wrote the documents and put out the calls. Some of it happened that way and pulled that all together. But something that happened immediately before this meeting is someone from the DC on public access and libraries approached me about joining with the Dynamic Coalition DC3 on connecting communities about reviving CENB. Under some aegis, whether it's a formal initiative under the MAG or something we would just do together. And this is an example where I think the community networking community, the public access community, and our community, our DCs overlap really well. And there's something we can do there. And so this is, and we don't know exactly how this is going to happen. It could be a revival of CENB for a fourth year, after a year hiatus, or it could be something we just do autonomously as a separate group that leads to workshop proposals. And I think that Marcus is really signaling what is to be openly experimental about this. Because this may work for this particular combination, but it's going to work out very differently for different ones. And so sort of giving us the venues to coordinate and to ideate and brainstorm about these possibilities is really beneficial. But I think, you know, what Marcus is saying is we also, the other thing extreme is you want to avoid being prescriptive, because forcing people, it reminds me of when you set up mentorship programs and force people to work together, sometimes they gel, sometimes they don't. You know, it's just a question somewhat of interests and and it could be that, yeah, not this year, because that particular DC has a different set of priorities, all of which are fine. But we're all volunteers, but we have enough common ground. And what really is striking to me is how much positive energy there is around the DCs right now, having been through this. You know, I know we had a lot of pressure the last time around. When you cut the whole IGF from 4 days down to 3 days, I think people didn't handle that very well. Everyone's going to take a cut in time. I'm sorry, I just never understood this. I thought that was a mistake to get distracted by the fact that everyone wanted more time in Paris. I think we're now in a better place, which is we're focusing on the real question is, do the DCs contribute something substantively? And particularly when you're talking about the themes that I see in the IGF Plus about intersessional work, policy relevant recommendations, all that. To me, the dynamic coalitions are the best source, and that to me is the best prospect of the kinds of benefits that has leading to the discourse around IGF Plus, not the part of, and potentially in bringing in other constituencies as well. Because I think that we're actually very well positioned to we have contributed in a positive way to that. And I think that we can continue to do so.
I just briefly want to comment on a couple things. So one, I heard someone say that the DCs don't meet during the year. We actually do, at least once a quarter. Members meet face-to-face during the year. And so I want to just open it up and say, if any of members of any of the other dynamic coalitions feel like there's overlap at all, I know we're like a little bit of an outlier, but to the extent you're even just curious and you want to attend one of those, like, please reach out, like it's open, right? The other thing is I want to take a page maybe from the Youth Coalition and ask whether you all care if I assign, or I won't assign them, but if I put out a call for volunteers to act as liaisons to your committees. I don't know that they'll ever contribute. I don't know that they will ever have anything to say, but if you wouldn't mind them participating like as an observer essentially, so that we can keep track of, because I can't keep track of 18 things. So that would be a more decent, we're very decentralized. We're very, very decentralized. There would be a decentralized way, more centralized maybe than normal, for us to participate or at least keep track of what all you are doing, because I do think sometimes there's more synergy than is expected just because we're blockchain. I should say I'm Carla Reyes, by the way, from the Blockchain Technology Dynamic Coalition. But so anyone have an objection to putting out a call for, like they would be liaisons? There's no, it's very unlikely that they would show up on their own without a little push. Okay, no objections. All right, thanks.
Judy, yes.
Thank you very much, Marcus. My name is Judy from Kenya. I'm listening to the conversation and it's very interesting. And I'm just wondering whether it is time that we started discussing dynamic coalitions down to the regionals and down to the national initiatives. Just the way the lady from the youth IGF is just saying that probably the youth may not come to the youth coalitions, but probably if you introduced this down at the regional and at the national, where we are finding that youth IGF is gaining popularity, then they can be able to understand, so that when they come to the global platform, it's not something new to them, it's something that they have engaged in. Thank you.
I think we're slowly reaching the end of our allotted time. Would you have a? No, okay. Okay, yeah.
So I have one other thing. I want to say, if we're going to have a session that focuses on cross-cutting themes, I prefer, and I know this goes against other folks' comments, but I would prefer, from our perspective, the like smaller group idea, or focusing on, because I'm going to be honest, the SDGs, and we've done this twice now, it's hard for us, right? Like, that's not really the focus of blockchain technology development, and people are thinking about it in terms of governance, but certainly like climate change, that would be the most divisive discussion amongst us for a variety of reasons. It has implications for like which version, right? And for the members, that would be very hard. So it's not that it shouldn't be discussed though, but to the extent that it is, maybe it's for a smaller group that is more directly attached to it or something.
But that's
right?
possibly because of that no one is discussing, because it's so, yeah.
It actually gets discussed quite a bit, but they're not the discussions you'd want on the main stage, maybe. They're not very diplomatic always, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, we don't have to decide now on what we want to propose for next year, but I think it was a very interesting and very good discussion, I think, around the table here, very informative, and I think we have given Jutta and Gunela good arguments when you go into the first MAG meeting for defending the dynamic coalitions. Jutta, would you like to conclude the session?
Yes, thank you, Marcus. I would like to thank all of you for coming to the cooperation session. I do think, as like Marcus said, we had a very good discussion. We have lots of new suggestions on the table, so we will bring that forward to the first MAC meeting in the new term. I would like to inform you that I've produced the report for yesterday's main session, which was very difficult to narrow it down to 300 words. So if you don't feel you enough represented, please just get back to me. We now have 2 weeks' time that we can elaborate on the more extensive report, and everything that has not gone into the first short report shall then be going into the more substantive report. So thanks a lot, and I hope to see you in the closing ceremony and the afternoon sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I just wanted to thank all of you. Sorry, this is Nadia from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. I want to thank you, all of you, for the last 2 years. This is the end of my statutory term. Officially, from this meeting on, I don't represent WISIG anymore. At the end of my statutory term, I have to hand over to a new steering committee, and they will be coming in. But I wanted to thank you all for your faith in guiding me through the process, also for your faith in me to moderate the DC session last year, and for continuously reaching out to WISIG to be involved in your projects. We're members of all your mailing lists, so every time that we see something that's interesting to young people, any developments that you discuss, we tell our people, oh, hey, they're doing something interesting if you're interested about it. So thank you for all your cooperation. I hope to see you over the next few years. Of course, I'll be still walking around, but I really appreciated these meetings and everything I've learned. And I hope that in the future, for whoever takes over from me, that you will be as kind and as supportive to them as you have been to me over the last few years. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.